No mai. Welcome to this triennium's first meeting of the Community Services Committee. Today, Monday, March the 6th. I'd like to acknowledge Te Mana Whenua o tēnei rohe, residents and media, the CEO and her staff and colleagues. And I will do a karakia, tīmataka, and then we will proceed with the rest of our business. So this is a karakia mo te kaha me te oraka, an incantation for strength, wellness and well-being, written by Reverend Morris Gray, no Otautahi, and he passed away on 12th of January 2021. He wrote this during COVID. E io te ora, ko koe te mauri tuturu o ka mea katoa I roto o nei ao, tukua ki a mātou te mātou raka me te mohe o taka ki te whakaora. Ka aitua me te whakatika hoki te kaore I ori te taka. O te uwhataka me te tānetaka, o te ao tūroa, no te orite o ka mea katoa, no reira tukua ki a mātou te maramataka. O tēnei mauri orite, hei paikea mo te ira takata, me kai ai taka maha, o te pūtaia o te ao tūroa me te ao wairua. Ho mai ki a mātou I tēnei wā. O te kaha ki te whawhai pai. Ho mai ki a mātou te kaha hoki ki te whawhai tēnei nawe o te mate karauna. Tukua ki a mātou whānau whānui. Te mauri toi ora, tau ora, wai ora. Me te mauri ora, hei paikea mo te whānau ora. E I o wai ora, ka ruria koe ki a mātou te wai ora o te whakaora. I nai nei tai atu mō ake tonu atu, tuturu mai ki a whakamaua ki a tina, haumie huie tai ki e. There is no public forum, so we will go straight to apologies, and we have received apologies from Councillor Andrew Wiley and Councillor David Benson Pope. I'm happy to move that the committee accepts these apologies. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'm going to put that as all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, abstentions. I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes to people's interests? Okay, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register as attached in attachment A, and confirms proposed management plans for elected members' interests. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gary. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? No? I hope not. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. I declare the motion is carried. And now we are in Part A of reports, page 14 of your order papers, item 5, Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme. Mr. Robert West, Mr. Simon Pickford and Ms. Jeanette Wikaida will answer any questions relevant to their areas. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have it's probably for Ms. Wikaira, and I just want to, it's around the live music action plan. Just 3 questions for clarification, and on top of that, thanking the team for the work. And I have got them written here. So first question, I think I know the answer to it, but I'll ask it anyway. Will the music plan address key community concerns such as rehearsal spaces, the music hub and a mid-sized venue?
Kia ora, Councillor. The music plan will address those things, and it will also kind of map those out over time. So it'll prioritise what we can do in the first year, in the second year, 5 years, 10 years. Some of those things are longer term pieces of work, but what we are trying to do in that music plan is to put everything that, that the community has talked to us through and about, and map that out over time so that everyone feels like at least what their concerns are is part of the action that council will take.
Thank you. That segues nicely into the second question. I guess in response to the answer you gave, how will Arrowtoy continue to work with community groups and obviously Save Dunedin Live Music in terms of developing and actually implementing the plan?
So Arrowtoy has been leading the work, but it has been a wider group of council staff who have been involved. So we've had a group of staff. There's two Arrowtoy people. There's staff from planning, heritage, economic development, so Enterprise Dunedin, comms, regulatory. It's a big group of staff because some of the issues that have been raised about live music touches many parts of the organisation, and so Arrowtoy really has been the facilitating part of the organisation to pull the rest of council staff together to start to have these conversations. And we have met regularly. We've had one meeting so far this year with Save Dunedin Live Music, and there is a need to also talk to the wider community around live music. So although staff have focused on an initial collaboration with Save Dunedin Live Music, there are other parts to the music community that also need to have a voice. And there are other people in the city, across the city, that are also part of ensuring that we have a vibrant live music scene.
Thank you. That's a really comprehensive answer. So, and you touched on planning. So the final question is around that, because a lot of the concerns we've had of emanated from that. So just given some of the key issues around the planning and the noise and regulation, actually, how will Arrowtoy work with planning in order to, I guess, meet those wider goals? And is there anything we can do to facilitate that? I mean, to make sure that's a key part of what comes out of this, the planning and regulation issues.
So as I mentioned, the wider group that's part of that kind of collaboration on the Live Music Action Plan includes planning. There've been a number of sessions that have really been about everyone understanding what the steps are in that planning space. It's not been something that's been fully understood by all the staff involved in that collaborative group, and certainly hasn't been clearly understood by the community what's involved in the planning space around live music. But we've made some good headway there, and just really continuing to have conversations, and some of them have been a bit hard. We're all trying to understand what role we play across council and with the community to get all of this off the ground. And I'll go back to what's been a really important part is understanding the timeline, when things can happen, and in the planning space that is quite that they have the clear timelines, and getting things changed and moved sooner than some of those timeframes can facilitate has been an ongoing kind of conversation with the community. But largely a lot of our conversations have been about understanding the process that council has, and then by ourselves without the community, talking about how can we make the process more easily understood for the community. How can we simplify our information? How can we make our information more clearly available?
I lied. I'm going to ask one more question, but thank you again for that answer. And the next question just needs a yes, no. So can we be assured here, I guess, that planning are definitely part of the journey as we move forward?
Yes, they are.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you kindly. I'm also on the Live Music Action Plan. Just a very pedantic question. I know that there is an expected completion date. Do we have a deadline for it?
There's not a deadline as such. It should be in. We've got June 2023 as.
I jumped the gun there, sorry. Yeah, as the expected, what I'm curious about is when, because expectations can or don't always necessarily come to fruition, so is there a kind of like a final line by which time it will be definitely 100% done?
Well, all things going to plan, we have a date of June 2023 that it will be coming back to council.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Malley and then Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It actually just relates to the last sentence on that same point, which is staff are now working on the strategic vision of the plan and finalising the last stages. I guess this is to the CEO as much as anything else. When does the council's, or both of you, feedback from the council on the strategic vision and whether or not it is one that we also share? Because I'm a bit concerned that if it comes as a final plan in June 23, it will have been well worked through. Sorry. I won't touch it. Not still on.
One of the things that so what we've done over the last wee while is create some actions, but what the group hasn't done is kind of fit those actions to a wider aspiration. So there are a list of actions, and we've themed those actions out. There are things that are council's responsibility, things that the community itself want to do, things that other parts of the community need to also start to think about, developers, etc., and venues. And but what the action plan doesn't do is kind of have an aspiration for what Dunedin is actually, what all of these actions are actually heading towards. And so that has been the piece of work that we've done with the Live Dunedin music group and parts of the wider music community. And we also, so I've also brought policy into this group because they are leading the strategic refresh, and we can put a plan up. The plan will just be actions, a list of actions, but I think what's also needed as part of that list is where are we heading?
Yep, that's his point. So with that as the background, the team are working on at the minute, the broader governance team, a schedule of key workshops with councillors on a range of things, thinking about what that vision might be for live music as part of that. And so that will, and hopefully I'll get the schedule of workshops out to councillors this week. I hope there's just a bit of work. So yes, there'll be a touch point with councillors before the live music plan comes back.
Kia ora, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You mentioned before that some people were having difficulty understanding, the planning around that. Do you feel the staff understand the planning issues now?
Yes, the staff do understand the planning issues. I think, there's lots of parts of the organisation that are doing really great work in their own spaces. We're not always aware of what other groups are doing, and part of this process has given everybody a really clear awareness of what roles other parts of the organisation play in music.
And do you think some of the noise complaints we've had will be... Do you think we're going to have those ongoing problems right now, or do you think that's been assessed? You feel like...
We have a current regulatory framework, right, and we can't ignore the regulatory framework that we have, but as part of the ongoing discussions, we are looking at what that might need to look like if we are to have a vibrant live music scene across the city. And Ms. Wikaira talked about some of these things being medium-term things that we need to look at, and longer term as part of that plan. A change in regulatory settings would need to be factored into that if that's what council wants.
Kia ora, are there any more questions? All right. Oh, sorry? Yep.
Just confirming that is that variation 3 that will be carrying that or not, or is it going to go in a later variation?
Look, funnily enough, I am not across, unfortunately, the full details of what's in variation 3. I don't think it's captured in variation 3, but I would have to confirm with Dr. Johnson.
Councillor Walker.
Sorry, yeah, just on Councillor O'Malley's point, it was my understanding via previous questions to council and committees that some of the live music questions would be captured in variation 3, so I'd be happy to confirm that or not.
And I'll certainly follow up, but I don't want to provide an answer on the fly without checking.
Kia ora, are there any more questions? Okay. I'm very happy to move that the committee notes the Committee Services Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. So seconder, thank you, Councillor Walker. And I'll start off the speaking. I'm just very, very happy to move this, of course, and particularly just want to acknowledge again CEO Graham and her staff for assiduously doing as we request and working closely to the resolutions and following through. And I also at this point would like to acknowledge in particular Councillor Rachel Elder, former Councillor Rachel Elder, and colleagues, because Councillor Elder really pushed for a forward work program to be documented and reports so that we could actually track our resolutions. So, and it's something that I've managed to do and adopt in community organisations too, keeping track of our work, our forward work program and resolutions. So I'd just like to again thank the staff. Thank you so much. Are there any other speakers?
Oh.
Sorry, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just very briefly echoing your points and thanking the staff for this report, but also just on the live music action plan, despite my questions, I just wanted to pass on my thanks to the team for working with the Save Dunedin live music group and others. The feedback coming is positive. I just want to make sure we don't drop the ball on this, because I think there is wide community interest in this rightly, and I think obviously being the city we are, it's imperative that we do find some solution somewhere that benefits both residents but also the live music scene. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I just want to thank you for acknowledging Councillor Elder, because you're absolutely correct. Kia ora for that. And thank you to Councillor Walker for excellent questions on the live music action plan. And I agree 100% that there is a lot of concern about it, and it's great to see there's been action, some action, and let's hope that all continues. Thank you.
If there are no other speakers, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. I declare the motion is carried. And now we come to item 6. The Otawoti Dunedin Housing Plan Update, page 17 of your order papers. Welcome Mr West and Ms Jill Brown. Would you like to preface discussion with any comments? Happy to take the report as read. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you. This has been an ongoing question that I've had, and I've raised it before. Excellent plan, by the way, but I just wonder where this fits. So it's around healthy homes and the standards and so forth. And in the student community, the student housing in particular, there still appears to be landlords, and there may be in other areas, where the houses do not meet the standard, and there seems to be a total disregard. And what I hear continually, I have for several years, is that tenants are too afraid to raise concerns, because by the time they sort of get the confidence to do so, they're partway through the tenancy and they've only got to the end of the year because the tenancies, flip over year after year. How does that get addressed within this plan?
Within this plan it doesn't, but that is being addressed by central government with their work with MB and around how tenants can take landlords to the tenancy tribunal, and they can now do that, or they will be able to do that in a more effective way where they won't be able to be challenged effectively. And the OUSA has been doing a huge amount of work around creating a safe space to assist the people in flats to take people to tenancy tribunal.
That's great to hear, because I think that's the issue. That's a huge step for many of our young people. Thank you. I'm sure I'll have more questions later.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are regarding the implementation plan 2023-24, and we've had an implementation of the plan before. So are there any changes in the implementation plan, or is this the first implementation plan?
This is the first one.
So I just wonder, and this is procedural, will we be noting or approving the implementation plan? We have to note the update, but do we have to note or approve the...
It's noting. It's for noting.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. On that issue around tenancy and landlords and tenants, a lot of landlords have, because of some of the changes with the reform, feel a bit overwhelmed as well, because some of those things with tenancy, we are tenants, some tenants, and not saying many would do it, but some do, some tenants are now, or all tenants, I think, are able to anonymously lay complaints against landlords. And a lot of landlords have fear that anyone could just make up an issue. Is there any support we give to landlords to help, because there's been a lot of reforms and I know a lot of them feel quite distraught, and to the point that some of them are pulling out of being landlords, and that actually creates a problem for our city because we need the housing.
So that doesn't sit with us, that sits with MB, and they have a group of inspectors that are happy to work with landlords.
Yes, I realise that, but obviously, because this is a housing plan and looking at our whole city, that particularly around the student area, if we don't, because what is happening, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we've got some creep into the student area of people who aren't students, and I know the previous Vice Chancellor was really concerned about that because it changes the dynamic of the area. Is there anything we're doing as a council around that?
Not at this stage. We're in very early discussions with the university, but not at this stage.
Just to add, Councillor, to that you'll see in the action plan there's a priority piece of work around developing a portal and a centralised information resource for housing, and it's more than possible that we could include some of that sort of detail and information for private landlords in that as we move forward, so that it's a go-to resource for a variety of housing providers.
Thank you, that sounds really good. Some of the concerns around that and have impacted that are the leases. Something that came out under the reforms to the RTA directly affect student landlords because they've only got a window of very short opportunity to lease those flats, and under the new reforms it makes it difficult to do that because a lot of them leave September, October, and they can't let them. So it's actually quite a major problem for the student area, and
Councillor,
whether we're talking addressing that.
I just want to caution you about the direction of your questioning because I think we need to focus on the needs of residents for housing and not the needs of landlords at this time. That's, the needs of landlords are not a priority and part of this plan.
Oh, sorry, Chair, do landlords not provide housing for people?
Madam Chair, can I? It's a point of interest on the conflicts register. Councillor, you own property in the north of town, do you not?
Yes, I do.
You haven't declared it in this questioning. In this question.
It's in mine.
Through the chair, by the way.
Are there any other questions?
I have a question around homeless, and what can you expand on where we're at with that and any plans for future direction? Thank you.
So the homeless issue in Dunedin requires a systemic approach. And so one of the pieces of work that I've been doing is to look at creating a systemic, a cross-agency approach. And I would like to mihi to David for coming from the night shelter to be here to support. I appreciate that. And one of the things that we acknowledge is that there's not a single piece of data or not single data point for those who are homeless. So therefore, what ends up happening is we end up treating every homeless person the same way, regardless of their situation. So whether you're a 16-year-old or whether you're a woman escaping family violence or whether you have whether you're somebody who has an alcohol or drug problem or whether you're somebody who just doesn't have a home and is financially struck, we treat them all the same. So the cross-agency view to work is to bring all of the agencies and create a systematic approach to homelessness whereby we create an excellent database of people who are coming in to achieve functional zero. And functional zero is where you have less people coming into homelessness than you have going out. And then you can begin to work out, for those who keep coming back into homelessness, what the issues are and wrap the supports around before they come back in. It's been done successfully in a number of places in Canada. It's used widely around the world, and I've been working with both the CEO of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness and a little city which is about just under 70,000 called Medicine Hat in Alberta, who have achieved functional zero. So working with them to work out how they got there and take their learnings.
Kia ora, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. As this is one of the first implementation plans to come through, I just want to ask a question about, it's page 41 of our papers and it's under the where to from here around the implementation, and it talks about having an annual work program and actions, and I wonder how are those going to be communicated to the community?
So at the moment, one of the ways that people find out about my work is the ones who have dealt with me and I send them information. But we want to create that website, that portal, and then that can be advertised through our social media and so on.
And my next question, I think I asked this about the parks one last year maybe, is how do we measure success? Because I look in here and I'm just like, how do we know if the plan's working?
Can I answer that one? We've been talking about that a lot, Councillor, and some of those are soft and some are hard and some are qualitative and some are quantitative, and it would be fair to say Jill's still working with stakeholders to just define how we do that, but we're really mindful that we want to get some really good baseline data so that we know in a year's time and 2 years' time whether we've made a significant difference. So we don't have an answer for you on that today. There will be data already collected out there by different agencies or by ourselves that we probably could use as a good marker. But we will come back to council, to committee, and report what those are, and hopefully be able to show some good progress.
Are there any other questions? Therefore, I would like to move that the committee notes the Otepoti Dunedin Housing Plan 2022 update, and Councillor Mayhem is seconded. Thank you. And opening speaking to the motion, I would again record my thanks to the staff, particularly Ms Brown, and I think Ms Brown's mahi is an exemplar of building relationships of trust, and those are key when we're trying to our best to meet the needs of our most vulnerable whānau and families. So I commend Councillor Graham. I hope that the secondment from Kāinga Ora has been made so that she's a permanent member of staff. Kia ora for that, Ms Graham. And I just draw our attention to the report, particularly the priorities, the 5 priorities for 2023-24, bringing people together to strengthen and create connections, investigate ways to increase the quality of our housing, find better ways to use land for housing, make it easier to work with council, look after our most vulnerable. And point 10 demonstrates the actions that are taken to meet those 5 priorities. So kia ora, thank you very much. Kia ora for everything. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to start by just recalling how we got here and remembering that Mayor Carl started the Mayor's Task Force for Housing, which he appointed the then Councillor Aaron Hawkins to chair it. And Mayor Hawkins continued that work, and now we arrive at this place, which feels like a very good place to be at. There's still much work to be done, and we know that we can't do this on our own. And I recall the hui when, at the time, Councillor Hawkins was chairing that task force and the stakeholders in the room. And thank you to our staff currently and to Ms Brown for the work done to develop those relationships further at an important time. Housing is a right. Good housing is a right. And there are many issues, and it was good to hear about the work being done, best practice around homelessness, and David, I acknowledge your presence in the room and the work of people like you in so many of the spheres. The young people who come to this city to study, they're a significant part of our community, and their housing isn't always up to standard. And there are issues there. There's issues around having the confidence to take to task landlords. We have many good landlords, but we have some who don't meet the standard. So supporting them and hearing about the work of OUSA and how we might support that is really good to hear. So thank you for all the work being done. I look forward to this progressing and how we might support it further with the goal of improving the situation for our people and making sure that everyone has a home.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, not much to add to that, so I'll be very brief. I think we all agree it's an excellent housing plan, and I thank staff for the work on it and the workshops that have gone behind the scenes to accomplish it. And thank you for including a picture of Port Chalmers. That's a rarity, so applause there. And also, thank you for introducing me to a term, functional zero. I think I'll be using that in the future. And I still don't believe there is such a place in the world called Medicine Hat. I think the question from Councillor Barker is very pertinent, and I'm encouraged, and that's around how do we measure success, because unless we know that, we don't know the worth of what we've done. So thank you for that question, and thank you to the staff for their answer to that question. I think it is prudent of us to be careful about how we do measure that. So I look forward to that information coming back to us in the future. But once again, thank you for an excellent plan.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to say I think it's absolutely shocking that the chair of this committee would say at an item that is about housing that landlords don't have anything to do with this. It is absolutely shocking. And that's my personal opinion. But I want to talk about homelessness, that we have a reasonable problem in our city with homelessness. And I'm absolutely delighted it's been mentioned in this report, and I'm delighted about the work that Jill, and sorry, your last name has gone from my Brown, thank you, I should remember Jill Brown, shouldn't I? That Jill Brown has done around this. I've had meetings in the last few weeks with people about this, and last year also people came to me raising issues, particularly around the security, the safety, and the issues with people who are homeless that perhaps have even come from prison, that are trying to now can't get housing, can't get anywhere to live in the city, and are living rough. and some of them, I've heard stories that they're committing crimes to try to go back to prison because they feel they get food and a shelter there. So, I mean, every city, I'm sure, has that issue. I'm not saying it's right, and I know we're trying to do our best that we can. Housing is a major issue, and I can assure you landlords are a big part of it, and there's many landlords that work in with Kāinga Ora and work in with MSD, and it is a collaborative approach. To take an approach where landlords have nothing to do with it when they are the main service providers of property for people in the city is, in my opinion, crazy.
Madam Deputy Mayor. Oh, okay, sorry. Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you to our chair, and I especially would like to thank Ms Brown for all of this proactive work from the staff around this, and thank you to David for being in attendance here today. I'm very proud that our council provides 940 community houses. That is the most in all of Te Wai Pounamu. And I'm also glad that we'll be looking at a solutions-focused approach to look after our most vulnerable, because housing is a human right, and I would like to see us all working together to improve conditions for all of our residents here in Dunedin. So thank you and kia ora to everybody for your work.
Mr Mayor?
Yes. I'd just like to follow up with a comment made by Deputy Mayor Barker, and that we need to have measurements for the situation. And one of the things that feeds into those measurements is the systemic nature of the problem, but the requirement to have systemic solutions to get ahead of the problem. Because it was interesting that Medicine Hat did declare that they had an end to homelessness when they got down to 3 people homeless, but a more recent article on CBC News, which I've just looked up, says that the problem has come back even worse. And so it might be all right to get it down just in one hit, but we have to be looking at it as a societal problem that we need to be working on an ongoing basis and not relaxing about the issue at all. Because now, at this latest count showing here, there's 150. So that's quite a large number in a population that is, well, half the size of ours, 60,000. So my point being, we're looking for, well, I think we should be looking for systemic solutions in order to quell the problem and keep it in abeyance. Thank you.
Kia ora to everyone. Is there anyone else like to speak? And just in the right of reply, I'd just like to say I don't do social media much, but I watch some TikTok videos, and there's ones from university students talking about how crappy and cold and dilapidated their flats are. So if we as elected members are concerned about the supporting landlords, then I think it's behoving on us who are landlords to challenge our colleagues about their properties. Kia ora. I'm going to put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, the motion is carried. And we've just come to the end of our agenda, so I will do a karakia whakamutuka, and then we can have a wee break, because we've got more work to do today. Okay, unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātea, kia māma, te kakau. Te tinana te wairua i te ara takatū, koi ara e roko, whakairia ake ki roka, kia tina, huie, taike. Thank you very much.
Can I ask that councillors take their seats, please? We're less than a minute to go. Can I ask again that everybody takes their seats, please? We've passed the 1 o'clock mark. Can you guys not hear over there? Thank you. Welcome everybody to this, the very first Civic Affairs Committee. What's Civic Affairs? Well, I'm going to nickname it the Fun Committee. So this is the Fun Committee, everybody. Welcome along. Also, welcome to quite a big team of community board members. We'll be going through listening to a couple very shortly, as well as, of course, we have a report on the community board forum. Also, welcome to the media and welcome to staff. So getting onto the agenda, very first up is public forum, which we have no speakers. So next we have apologies, and we have one apology from Councillor Andrew Wiley. I will move that the committee accepts that apology. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any amendments to the attachment that we have in front of us? If not, then I will move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register as attached in attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interest. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And abstentions. That's carried. Thank you. So now we get on to item 4, which is Civic Affairs Committee Forward Work Programme. I'm going to ask Ms Graham just to speak to this.
I'm happy to take questions, Mr. Chair.
Do we have any questions in relation to the Forward Work Programme of this brand new committee? I suppose not many of them have really started yet, have they? I assume that everybody's looked over them. We've got some interesting things happening throughout the year. So there's no questions, then I will move that the committee notes the Civic Affairs Committee Forward Programme as shown in attachment A. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lefiso, thank you. No speakers. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. So before we get on to hearing from our community boards and the new community board forum, I'm just going to draw your attention to the report that we have in relation to this. This is a new incentive, and Ms Graham, do you have any comment to make in relation to the report?
Through the Chair, as the report says, this is a new initiative this triennium where we've created a community board forum at the start of this committee, giving boards an opportunity to come and present directly to the council twice a year, which is not something that's been available to them in this form before. We'll also find a mechanism where place-based groups can report through this committee so that the council is hearing more directly and more often from leaders in the community.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in relation to the report? So if not, I will I'll just move that the report be noted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lefiso. Any speakers? Not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Now I would like to get into what it all means, of course, and that is hearing from our community boards. And first up we have from the Strathtyre Community Board, welcome to the table, folks. We have Robin Thomas, Jock Frew and Anna Wilson. Are there enough seats up there for you? Great. So you're the guinea pigs, guys. This is the very first board, of course, to present at this particular forum. Just for clarity around the old microphones, when you go to speak, all you need to do is turn it on. Don't go and turn it off. If you turn it off, you end up turning someone else off. So quite simple. I'll let you lead the way there, Robin. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and this is pretty special actually, being first up. Let me just tell you a little bit about our community, the Strath, before I kind of talk about some of the issues. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Strathtyre, but let me just refresh your memory on some of it. It's a large, widely spread, diverse community. It's centred around the largest township of Middlemarch, but there are a number of smaller satellite townships or settlements like Hyde, Hindon, Clark's Junction, Lee Stream, Pokerangi, etc. And each of them with their own character and characters. So it's quite a diverse area. The Strath covers almost 2,200 square kilometres. So if you want to talk about that in terms of hectares, it's 220,000 hectares. So it's a big chunk of area. It's about 60 kilometres north to south and about 50 kilometres east to west at its widest point. State Highway 87 is our critical road lifeline. It's prone to closures due to snow and flooding on a seasonal basis, and effectively isolates large parts of our community when it does close, sometimes for days at a time. An alternative access route via the railway line could remain viable under most weather conditions, as it follows a significantly different, lower alignment than the road. And I think that's another point to just have in the back of your mind when we're talking about the railway itself. We're principally a traditional rural farming community based around sheep and beef, but that's changing. Irrigation is allowing intensification. Forestry is bringing its challenges, both to land use, environment and community. And COVID has opened opportunities for those who used to commute to town to now to be able to work from home, from Middlemarch or the surrounds. Development of the rail trail has brought new perspectives and commercial opportunities and spin-offs. But it's still, and it's been in existence now for a few years, but it still has a lot to offer. The recent creation of the Central Otago touring route through the Strathtyre presents yet more opportunities, bringing with it increasing numbers of travellers, especially those in campers and caravans. We are seeing a notable increase in new houses being built, and one thing that really stands out is the number of tiny homes, and with that, city folk that are going country to enjoy the good life. So as times are changing, so must we. So whakatauki, mai ki te whakaru, mai ki te whakamahi. And it's dare to imagine, dare to act. So let's imagine, within the next 10 years, a thriving, robust, increasingly diverse community focused on building its resilience, supporting each other and the wider Otago community. We're looking beyond just our little patch. At its heart, a community hub built around the heritage precinct of the railway station and enclave, enhanced by a vibrant farming community and contributing substantially to the greater good of the Dunedin rohi. Can we do it? Of course we can. Much of it we already have in hand, actually. So what do we need from you, the DCC? Actually, You play a very important role. Overall, we believe our community in recent times has been well served and supported by council decisions. So thank you for that. That's really very much appreciated. But, and don't you hate that word, but there's a couple of things that do need attention. So priorities for us. First priority, need to address and resolve flooding issues in and adjacent to Middlemarch. Now, I know this has gone on for a long, long time, but solutions must adopt an inclusive mountain to the river approach. We've got ORC, DCC, LINZ, Wakatatahi, DOC, railways, rural landowners, urban landowners, lessees, Uncle Joe Cobley and God knows who else. There's a lot of people involved. Our community was promised that DCC and ORC would liaise with them to formulate options to resolve and provide public feedback via open public meetings and then get on and do the work. 27 months later, that feedback still hasn't happened. And while we've had some really good ad hoc stream clearances, it's still just not good enough. Surely you must have learnt by now that ad hoc action is next to useless. So our plea is to encourage the two CEOs from Regional Council and DCC to get together over a coffee to address this issue, look at the coordination. We'll pay for the coffee. We desperately need a coordinated approach to resolve the issue, and preferably before the next major rain. Thank goodness the last period has been really dry, but that's not going to continue. Second priority, review the desirability of installing a reticulated drinking water supply for Middlemarch and possibly Sutton. Reliance on individual bores and roof collection makes for a potentially fraught situation, especially in dry periods like we have at the moment and have had for the last few months, and also especially in regard of public health. Good, safe drinking water supply is really important, and I don't need to remind the Council of that. So a couple of bouquets. Two significant recent decisions, Taieri Gorge Railway and Folden Mar acquisition. Well done. Well done, DCC. Congratulations. In respect of the Taieri Gorge, we urgently seek a public meeting between DCC and the community so Council can hear issues and options from the community perspective. You've heard commercial imperatives, or so we read in the paper, but what about local aspirations? Have you heard them? I believe you've spoken to one or two people, but not to the community. Are they likely to match those commercial imperatives and our local aspirations? I think they largely will. And I believe we can contribute significantly to them as well. Secondly, there's a need and an opportunity to establish a working heritage precinct to protect and preserve the rail complex in Middlemarch as an intact and excellent example of a mid-1900s railway precinct, including heritage status listed buildings. It's one of the only remaining examples in New Zealand, and there's almost no cost involved in doing that. But there's huge mana and status, both national and international, to be gained in creating that. Third, promote future usage of railway station, station master's house and the goods shed, and make them available for approved community use. Don't leave them to moulder and decay through neglect. There's a massive opportunity in the short to mid-term for use as an information centre to inform visitors of the attractions and history and walks available locally. And that can be self-interpreting. It doesn't have to be staffed. They're very simply put together. We're something that we're really lacking, but we need a space to do it. Along with all that, there's a great opportunity to create a visitor destination based around the heritage sites and natural features. The railway complex forms a critical part of that opportunity and provides an added attraction for those travelling on the excursion train. The experience of going on the train is great, but we've actually also got to have a destination experience, and at the moment that's lacking. So please don't just use that area as a dumping ground for the old railway carriages. Bear in mind, of course, that encouraging that extra activity provides opportunity for more bed night dollars for the greater Dunedin Rohi. Again, we're not just talking about Middlemarch, we're talking about the potential spin-off in the much wider area. The second one, Folding Mar. In respect to Folding Mar, we look forward to dialogue with Council as to future options. It's a massively exciting opportunity, but there's also a real need to be sensitive to use implications there for a whole lot of reasons. So please come and talk to us about it. We feel the only thing we've ever learned about Folding Mar from Council is what we've read in the paper. I think it's now time to take that next step and engage in useful dialogue within the community. Other activities. Our living environment. We're keen to address the overall attractiveness of our public spaces. That will include the township beautification, tree planting, road and stream verges, as well as sorting out-of-date signage. Just think that could really tie together well with the railway complex options and maybe a heritage theme, adding further to the value of the greater Dunedin attractions. So looking further out, rubbing the crystal ball. Now, I don't know about you guys, but mine starts to get a bit murky after 6 months out. But we've got to really look beyond that. We've got to look beyond the year. We've got to look beyond the term of council and others, and we've got to look probably in the 10 to 20 plus year time frame. What are the long-term future needs for the community? And we suspect there's a long-term need for a new community centre or community hub. We've got a magnificent building there at the moment, but 20 years out, what will it look like? Will it still be serving the purpose that's needed? My experience in other communities is that you're talking a minimum of 15 years, but more likely 25 years from when you start talking about this until you actually see something concrete developed. So we're starting to look at that now. So expect more to come on that in the future. So going back to that vision, we already have a number of steps in place to get us along the line to where we need to be. We do need engagement from Council, though, on some of the key elements as flagged. Support us through those, and payback and return to the city and health of wellbeing of our wider community will be well worth the cost and effort. And just finally, I'd like to extend an open invitation to all of the Council and individual councillors to come along to the Strathtyre AMP show on the 19th of March. Come mix and mingle and be entertained. And if you want, we can arrange for you to compete in the spouse carry race or the ride-on lawnmower race. Or if you really want some adventure, we'll stick you on a sack behind a horse and tow you around the arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Perfectly timed. In fact, you've actually got a couple of minutes left. Does anybody else want to say anything? Anna? Jock? No? No, you totally back him. Good on you. Well done. Great. Right, questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks for the presentation. So first of all, the Strathtyre AMP show, what time is that?
It's on Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday, not the Sunday coming.
No, what time?
Oh, any time from about 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, good. And probably a question more for the CEO in terms of the ongoing work related to Tari Gorge and obviously Folding Mar. Presumably, I'm correct in thinking that the board will be fully involved in any decisions that are relevant to them as that progresses?
Well, we will have conversations with the board. Decisions on both those matters rest with council and not the board.
But obviously, where it's pertinent to include the board, there'll be. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I don't know why my mic's not going off when you press it. Must have the.
It does now. The chief's got the one that doesn't turn them off. she can keep hers on. Anything further, Councillor Walker? Okay, thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just have some questions. I'm especially interested in the tourism and heritage aspect. I just wanted to know if you'd heard that we have a heritage action plan that's going ahead now, and would you like to be involved with that?
No, I wasn't aware of it, but absolutely would be very interested in being involved in it, yes.
So my next question is around the Dunedin destination plan, and I just wonder if the community board have had opportunity. It's been going on for well over a year. Have you had opportunity to give feedback to that plan or be involved?
Not as a board as such, but on individual level, yes.
And my next question was just around the train, and you were saying that you would like to have a public meeting and talk about issues and options. And when we have had discussions around the train, we have definitely talked about Middlemarch, and I sit on the Dunedin Heritage Fund, which has funded some of the work on the Platypus Museum. So we do see, obviously, Middlemarch as a destination. But my question is, when would you like to have this meeting about the train?
Yesterday would be fine. Sorry, I'm not being flippant on it. It's something that we would really, really appreciate, an early consultation, early discussion. We're not pushing any specific bandwagon, as it were, excuse the pun, but it is really important, I think, that the community is engaged and able to offer opportunity or offer their thoughts and ideas, and just see how that fits in with the overall opportunities that are there. I just don't see that there's massive conflicts at all. In fact, I see there's a lot of synergy, and I see that also there can be a lot of savings in terms of dollars if we're able to work cooperatively together.
Robert, I'm just going to ask the Chief to jump in here and comment on this.
And look, and as soon as we're in a position where we can talk publicly about all of the aspects of the future of Dunedin Railway, we will certainly have a discussion with the local community, but we're not in that position yet.
Thank you. I'm just signalling that we're really keen.
Anything further, Councillor Barker? Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding the invitation to adventurous councillors, how closely behind the horse do you anticipate tying the sack?
Nothing further, Councillor Vandervis? No. Thank you. Councillor Hurlan.
I was going to ask how heavy the spouses would be. Anyway, all jokes aside, you mentioned destination. Can you sort of expand on that and what you see as, you know, creating a destination for, like you when you said earlier, don't just focus on the trains, like look at destination. Could you just expand a bit on what you're thinking there?
Yes, we had a public meeting some time ago now, and it was well represented from across the community, and there were a whole host of different ideas came up in terms of what could be promoted within the area, whether it be the history, whether it be the natural history, whether it be all the different stories that we can tell. And it's a matter of bringing them together in a cohesive manner so as they're accessible to the public. It's all very well to have something happening over here or something happening over there, but unless there's an element of cohesiveness about it, it just doesn't gel. So what we're looking at is encouraging, I guess, the need for a cohesive theme and a series of opportunities that bring all of those smaller opportunities together and say to the community, you're coming through on the train, hey, when you come, we've got this, and this that you could do, and we want to be able to cater not just for an age group or a gender group, we want to be able to cover from children right through to the elderly. And there is opportunity there, and a lot of it fits really neatly with what's being promoted at the moment within, and has been for some years, within DCC. So it's a complementary approach to what you're offering here, and having the two, the experience of being on the train and then the destination experience, is just going to encourage people to think, well, actually, maybe we'll stay a bit longer. Maybe there's an opportunity.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe there's an opportunity there for more accommodation, transport, etc., etc.
Where do you see cycling fitting into this? Where do you see, or do you see cycling fitting into this anywhere?
Back in the 80s, I was the one that generated the idea for the Otago Central Rail Trail. And during the period late 80s through into the 93, I was the one that made it happen. So I have a little bit of experience and a little bit of knowledge of cycling. Yes, absolutely, it fits into the overall scheme of things. But bear in mind, we've got a lot of cycle opportunities around the country now. But how many heritage rail experience opportunities have we got? You count them just not even on one hand. So there is a degree of complementarity about some of it, but also potential clash in others. And this is why I think it's really important that as a community we're able to talk to DCC and say, well, here goes some options, here goes some ideas. How does that work together? We were approached as a community, individuals within the community anyway, by one of the commercial proposers that came to council. And to be honest, I saw there's a huge amount of potential there to work cooperatively together. But we've got to do it openly. You know, that's really important. And I understand exactly what Sandy says about, you know, where you've got to wait until there's decisions taken. But in a vacuum, rumour starts and speculation starts. And then all of a sudden you find that you're on the back foot trying to turn all of that round before you can really get back to square one of starting to discuss it properly. So we just want to do it sooner rather than later.
We've had Richard Emerson approach us in previous meetings, and I'm assuming you've had discussions with him as well at some point, have you? Is that something that you're in general, if you're able to say, I don't know whether you can comment on that, but what is the feeling in the community about that idea? Is that their favour for that, do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. Richard is heavily involved in the community, and we're 100% behind what he's doing. We just need to be sure that all fits together with other things that are being proposed. You know, we don't want exclusivity. We want things to be inclusive, not exclusive.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Robin, for your presentation. Thanks for coming. The question I want to go back to actually is you mentioned reticulated water in Middlemarch, which obviously is a big commitment. What extent is the community board involved in the future development strategy work? Have you had much to do with that yet?
I'm not sure that I can answer that one.
I could for you if you'd let
Thank
me.
you.
There's a series of workshops planned with each of the community boards as part of the future development strategy work, but they haven't happened yet.
So you'll be very excited when you do get those meetings.
Thank you very much.
Touch on the train for a second. When the coastal runs were being done during the summer, Waitati had already quite an organised method for greeting the train, which to some extent was independent of the train operation other than needing to know when it arrived. So are you anticipating that Middlemarch could do something like that as well, independent of needing to find out who the operator is or when they're operating, but to be able to put together the packages that you think the township could put together if a train were to arrive and stay for X number of hours, what people could do in Middlemarch and who would actually, because it's quite easy to say we could take advantage of the heritage. You'd have to actually say, though, there'll be this person running this operation and they'll be doing that thing. How far along the track are you guys in that regard?
We've had initial discussions within the community about it. but because things have been in such a hiatus, it's very hard to draw conclusive engagement from individuals when they don't know what the opportunities are going to be or when decisions are going to be taken. To a degree, I think creating a hub, a heritage hub based on the railway station in Middlemarch, to a degree will answer a lot of that, because there will be a point of destination, and that will be a focus for things happening. Have we got something organised? No, we haven't. But could we? Absolutely, yes. And I think that is, it's easy to say, but I'm 100% sure that we could create that. But we need that degree of certainty that something's going to happen. You raise people's expectations and hopes, and they get all excited and they start to commit money to doing things, and then all of a sudden, oh no, it's in abeyance for another 6 months. So we wait 6 months and people start to, oh well, 6 months are up, we'll know soon. No, it's put in abeyance for another 6 months. That's the problem we've had. So now that we're getting some degree of indication, it's not a certainty by any stretch, but some degree, we can start those discussions with much more certainty ourselves and get those commitments. But creating a heritage precinct linked around those cool old buildings and protecting them and getting them involved as part of the community fabric, so they're used by the community, then I think that will go a long way to immediately creating a situation that you're asking about.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, another question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and feel free to be brief with your answers, because I know we've got other people waiting. You mentioned at the very beginning of your speech that more and more people, or your talk, that more and more people were coming via caravans and campers. And I guess over the years we've done a lot of work around freedom camping and addressing a lot of the issues. Are there any ongoing issues in the board area?
Do you want to answer that? I don't see there's any ongoing issues of any magnitude. The only one we've had just lately is this the dumping station. There's been a blockage, literally. But in terms of people going through, I live right on 87, so the numbers of people going through is really quite noticeable. Back in the day, back in the 90s, it was dramatic difference from seeing just vehicles going through to suddenly seeing vehicles going through with bikes on. That was a dramatic difference. You could just see it. Out of every 3 cars, 2 had bikes on. Now, out of every 4 cars, 3 have got bikes on. And a fair percentage have got camper vans or towing caravans. We haven't made the most of that. We're still working in terms of what are the attractions that we can bring to those people going through, and how can we encourage them to stop and spend a bit of time looking through. They're still tending to go through. Sorry, Anna, do you want to?
No, thanks for that. I'm surprised they don't stop off for Richard Emerson's gin. That's another question. And finally, in terms of the stuff you've mentioned today, I presume that most of this is embedded within your community plan, and that you'll continue to come to annual plan and long-term plan. And more particularly, you mentioned the community centre, which will be long-term. And so obviously, long-term plan thinking way ahead in that one.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, can I just have a quick comment? Just going back to the very first thing that Robin brought up was the flooding. I feel like we just need to touch on that again, because it is quite a pertinent issue and has been for some time. So just gaining the traction with the relevant parties once and for all would be amazing. Thank you.
Chief, did you want to comment?
If I could provide an update on that. So I've flicked a text to the team just to see what had been going on. And we are working collaboratively with the ORC on some master planning work. They're doing the streams and hydraulic modelling of those. We're doing the same on the pipes. We're expecting, it takes a bit of time because it's a complex environment, as you've mentioned, Robin, from the hills right through to the river. And so next year we'll have some answers about what a solution might look like. The bit that seems to be missing from my point of view, is talking to you good folk about it. So I've asked the team, can we please set up a meeting? They're in the process of looking to do that.
I think that is the key point that we're missing, is that communication, and then everyone's in turn getting,
So the work is happening, but we've just been a bit rubbish at letting you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 more councillors with questions, and that will pretty much keep us on time. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to thank you for coming along today, Mr. Thomas, Robin, Jock and Anna. It's great to see you. I just wanted to commend you on your use of te reo in your presentation, and also your passionate vision for your community. So Jim already mentioned the future development strategy, and I just wondered around process, if your issues about flooding and resilience, and also your vision for the community hub, if you put that in your community plan, and then somehow we can feed that into the long-term plan vision for your area. On beautification, did you have anything specific in mind? Because Anna, of course, is going to be your representative. Keep Dunedin Beautiful will be having meetings soon. I wondered if maybe on the AMP show day, Anna, you and I could meet and have a little look around the town about some of that.
That sounds amazing, thank you. We've got quite a group that are really keen on seeing beautification in the community, because there hasn't been a lot done for a while. And once again, I've actually been in contact with Parks and Recreation to see if they can come and have a look. Haven't heard back. So it's just trying to build the communication and know that we are actually there. We may not be close to Dunedin, but we just need to get people on the ground to actually come and take the time to see us. I know everybody's busy, but to understand where we are coming from would be quite pivotal.
Well, the AMP show sounds like a perfect opportunity to see Middlemarch on display, and maybe line up some of that gin from Mr. Emerson. That would incentivise me coming along. The Rock and Pillars, one more question around mountain biking. Is there a possibility, if someone was to get on the train and come on out, but they've done the rail trail and they're looking for something a little more adventurous, but they'll be on a time restraint, do you have anything right now where a four-wheel drive would pick up bikes and take you to the top? Because we all have this with the microphones. A thing for me is getting up the Rock and Pillars. I underestimated. I think I got about halfway up and thought, I'm going to be exhausted before I get to the top. So if you could just get to the top and ride a... Yes, I understand. But if time was a constraint, or you weren't that fit like me, but you wanted to get up on top of the pillars, is that something the township would take up?
It absolutely is. But I think with the train, for example, if you're coming up on the train, there is a time constraint that the train leaves again, and it is quite a short turnaround. I'm not sure what the new schedule looks like or anything like that, but that's something in the past that hasn't probably been able to be done that well. It's not to say that it can't, because it would be a great agri-tourism opportunity for a farm or something like that, again, building resilience within the community and looking at different avenues. So, yeah.
If I might add, that's part of that vision of an attraction. And the fact is, there are opportunities, there are areas that you could do that already, but the time is the issue. So if we can attract or create a destination attraction, then people might stay on over to do that, and then catch the next train back. Who knows? But can you do it? Yes, you can, but there are constraints and there are already opportunities. But it is physically reasonably hard, and that is quite a hazardous area in terms of weather. So we just need to be conscious of the fact that taking people quickly up onto the top of the Rock and Pillars is sometimes not necessarily that desirable, and trying to book it a week or even a few days in advance, you could suddenly find yourself having to lie flat up there in the wind, So there are alternatives to that, absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And finally, we have Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming in. And it feels like a conversation rather than a list of complaints, and that feels really constructive. I had a particular question which came out of a point I raised when we were doing a submission around Three Waters recently, and that's around the large proportion of people who are domestic self-suppliers or on rural schemes. I'm interested to dive into that a little more because the two boards presenting that is a factor. What proportion are on bores, and are there rural schemes within the community, and what's been the impact of the recent drought and so forth?
Yes, there is a rural scheme, but it's primarily stock supply. Percentage of bores and roof supply, I honestly couldn't answer that. I don't think there is any actual formal statistics on it, but I know in my own case I'm on roof supply, and I happen to be in a shadow area for the rock and pillars, so I can see the rain going down the rock and pillars, and I can see the rain going over Macrae's, and I'm sitting in sunshine with almost empty tanks. So yes, it is an issue, and particularly around some of our settlements, the bores are getting drier. They're not as prolific as they were, so the water tables have dropped in some areas. They do fluctuate year to year. Are there opportunities within the area for a reticulated scheme? Absolutely there is. Yeah, there's amazing water supply there. But, you know, how will that fit to the overall scheme, and will everyone want to buy into it? We're not 100% sure at this stage. You know, as a community board, we're still holding those discussions. Where it's been raised in a public forum that we had just recently as an issue, and it's one that we will be following through. But I can't give you the stats at the moment, just the ad hoc, the comments that I've got. You're bringing tanker water into Middlemarch from town is just damned expensive. And when you've got people staying and they're talking to you about the attractiveness of this area and they're washing their hands under the tap and you're thinking, turn the thing off, it's a real concern.
Will you keep us updated as you learn more?
Absolutely. This triennium, we're intending as a board to go to the different communities. So we're not holding our meetings only in Middlemarch. Our next meeting is in Hindon, and that is to talk to them about their particular issues there. We don't have a representative from Hindon on our board. The one a couple after that will be at Hyde, at the other end of our area. So the intention is to go to those communities and listen firsthand. So it's going to take a little while to get an overall picture, but the intention is to have a comprehensive picture, not just a centric picture on what's happening in one area.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for all the questions, and thank you, Robin, Jock and Anna, for making the journey down to town. Very much appreciated. Your presentation was very thorough, and you will hear back from council or councillors, council staff in due course for the various things that you've raised. I look forward to your next board meeting. Thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you. And just one last comment. The concern about the spouse carry, you can choose who carries who.
I know who won't be carrying me. Thanks very much. Okay, we now move on to welcoming to the table the Otago Peninsula Community Board, led by Paul Pope, who has with him quite a team. Are you all coming to the table, or...? Nothing like a show of support there, Paul.
Well, it's good not to be left in the battlefield, so to speak.
So look, as you're all welcome to, say a few words when it comes to questions, etc. And if you've got various parts that you wish to share in the speaking throughout your presentation, please do so. To use the microphone, I'll just clarify, as we do for everybody, that when you go to speak, please push the button, and then that's all you need to do. Don't push your button before you're about to speak, or else you'll cut someone else off. So the floor is yours, and you've got 15 minutes, and we will be going into questions after that. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou councillors, ka mihi Autito Hau Pākehā. Happy New Year. Seems like a long time ago, but it's the first time I've actually been into council this year, mainly because the weather's been so good. So unlike probably Strath, what I'm actually going to do, because I believe actually we get 2 cracks at this during the year, so what I was actually going to do is actually talk about probably what's going on at present and in the immediate future. There is one particular large sort of future project, and perhaps we'll look at our longer vision perhaps a little bit down the track as we grapple with perhaps working through some of the details of our community plan. I just bought a drone, so I've been practicing with some of the beauty shots around the place. So Tareoni Beach, the reserve and development, obviously the beach now with the groins completed now by Port Otago, and you can see sitting in behind that the basketball court that was built by council, and you can't see it there in that particular photo, but actually the playground is actually nearly finished. And the locals now are calling this area sort of the Bondi of the South, because during obviously the fine weather that we've had, the beach and the water has been a big attraction, and have been a huge attraction also for visitors and people coming from out of town to that area. So as a project with the community, certainly Port Otago and the community have done an excellent job of that, and the council board and the community have also worked well together on getting the next part of the reserve development, and that's pretty exciting for the peninsula, but also for the city. We look forward to also seeing the sculpture modified from some work from the runaka there as well, as part of an archway development there as well, which will be really quite something. But one of the other things, okay, so we're looking at good and bad at the same time, is one of the big issues which affects Cheryl particularly and her part of her community in Harwood and Tywood Drive is flooding, and we are extremely vulnerable in the Harwood area, particularly during big tides and strong westerlies at the same time, and flooding has been a regular occurrence in this area. And unfortunately the seawall that runs along Tidewater Drive has probably come very close to the end of its economic life. Last year, staff from the roading department started doing some riprap work with stone. Unfortunately, though, the modern techniques of work around stone and walls now requires filter cloth and better construction methodology. So in the longer term, especially with the predictions around sea level rise and with climate change, this is going to be an area of some extreme pressure and a community that certainly has some high level of need. We're very fortunate, of course, to have a hard-working volunteer fire brigade who actually pumped those houses. I think that was the 2017 floods. But those later photos of the sea over the road were as 2019, 2020, I think. Dogs are a big issue on the Otago Peninsula. The guard dog stay clear picture actually isn't from the peninsula; it was from somewhere else. But this is in Harwood as well. Community wanting to put together a dog exercise park. There's been some debate with council staff about that this should go into the annual plan, and we've actually said no, we're not ready for that. What we're looking for is the basic information about land tenure, what we can and cannot do on a public reserve, and because it may be that the community may even build it themselves. So really it was just a matter of actually getting that information put together so that then so that the community could progress this, as opposed necessarily to throwing it into the annual plan and having it chucked out the other end with a no. What we're trying to do with this is actually create a partnership here, but first of all, we actually need to know what the rules are. you can actually walk, believe it or not, and I've done it. You can walk from St Clair to Portobello, pretty much on beaches and on tracks. It's quite a hike. It's about 24k. It's basically 10k from the gun emplacements at Tomahawk to Boulder Beach. And it is by far one of the most wonderful walks that you can actually do in terms of actually getting in touch with the coast of the Otago Peninsula, I guess of the east coast of the South Island. But the really sad thing about it, before we get to that, obviously Puaturi, Mount Charles, Sandfly Bay, the view down across Broad Bay back up to Sandfly Bay is absolutely world class. It is a wonderful opportunity, a recreational opportunity, and you can do it in sections. You don't have to do a full 24k, but as an opportunity it rivals things such as the Banks Peninsula Walk as well for its beauty, but also for the opportunities it provides for local businesses in a variety of ways. However, one of the issues that we've got is some of the signage that went in there went in 1996. And as I say, these are actually your assets. And sadly, the signage, the boardwalks, the handrails, all of that stuff has not been maintained, has not been looked after. These are unformed legal roads. They are not private land. There are only 2 sections of private land on the entire Peninsula Track network. And I guess what I'm saying is that we're missing out on an opportunity here to provide something else for the city, not only for local people, but also for visitors as well. Let's be honest, a lot of visitors that are coming to the city are a lot older, a lot fitter than perhaps they were 30 years ago. And a challenge like this is certainly something that they should be up for, as well as the connection it has with the land that you own at Herewika Harbour Cone, which is some 360 hectares. So strategically, as I say, for the council and recreationally, this is actually quite a big opportunity that you're actually losing out on. I want to have a talk about Tomahawk or Tomahaka. It's interesting that people call it Tomahawk. It's actually, as I say, it's Tomahaka. Toma was a crypt for storing bones, and a haka, well, that's pretty obvious what that is. So this is a new development that you did a couple of years ago as part of the bylaw work with the Beaches and Reserves bylaw. And I got to say, in general, for the side photo and the top, you actually did a pretty good job. Except, if you have a look at the landscaping there, that's the second attempt. All right, so that's the second time you've tried to plant that area, and that's what it looks like. And it's just a little bit more care in those finishing kind of things are the sorts of things that let you and your staff down. They're the kind of things that pedantic botanists like me actually notice and other people notice. And they're the little things that, as I say, that make our city great, is the kind of small things that we do well. If you look at the good build let down by Paul Binns, we've got effectively an old recycling bin that's had a hole cut in it and a plastic bag put on the top of it. The lid has blown off of it, the birds have been inside it, there is plastic and rubbish down in the lagoon from there. And again, you've done a good job up until that point. It's the small things, it's the detail things that you need to do well. The other one here, this is a little reserve in Tomahawk. It's actually used as a bus turnaround, which is actually illegal under the Reserves Act. The other issue with this is it's actually used as a racetrack. You can't see those, but actually there are, on regular occasions throughout the evening and through the day, that area is actually used by hoons for spinning their tyres around and around, much to the annoyance of the locals. I raise it now only because it's one of those annoying things that people have to deal with there, and all that, and for very simple things that could be done to actually change that. But it seems there's some frustrations in that community over those sorts of things. Going on to Smells Beach Road, Tomahawk Road, subdivision is a big deal out this area. This is a community on the rise. We're looking at a potential of some 70 new houses being built into this area. If you think about 70 new houses, each house has 1 or 2 cars. You're looking at 70 to 140 car movements a day in that particular area. when you cap it off with the fact that Smails Beach Road is a part of the natural hooning cycle of the city, if you look at Google Earth, the photo, the live view, that photo is just a series of black strips, rubber strips running that the whole world sees. This is what they see about Smails Beach and about Dunedin, is the fact that it's used as a racetrack. And we've been in conversation with staff about at least putting 1, 2 or 3 temporary judder bars in this area and in there to try and reduce the speed, to try and reduce the poor behaviour. You know, we can say call the police, but yeah, the police are only there at certain times and certain opportunities. But so if you combine bad behaviour along with subdivision, this is an area that has the roading infrastructure is now being left behind. Landscaping the old school site, been a bit of a drawn out saga. We're taking nearly 5 or 6 years to actually get to that point, and we still don't have a landscape plan. And it would be fantastic to see that actually done. This is a community that mourned its old school. It lost its school back in the late 80s, early 90s. It was demolished by the council after it fell into disrepair when it bought it. They were promised a landscape plan. They haven't got a landscape plan. Please give them a landscape plan. That's what they want. But here's something you've done really well, and this is something I'm really proud of the board about. Because this was at one stage, the plan was to cut down all the pahutakawas in Broad Bay and run basically the new connection right through the reserve. The community were up in arms, and the board actually took the lead in the consultation process with your staff and consultants. We saved a large number of the pahutakawas. We altered the design carefully without doing it design by committee or compromising safety. And what you have ended up with is a really fantastic facility and a fantastic connection project that has worked really, really well in that community and continues to do so. And I think, as I say, credit to both my board and to the council staff and its contractors who worked really productively with the community from that point. Then we get to McAndrew Bay, which is an interesting one as well. So McAndrew Bay had an old section of connection project built 20 years ago and a new section built about 6. The problem that we've got now is that we have a area that is actually really tight, and what has to happen now is we have to see something similar to what we've had at Broad Bay built into McAndrew Bay as well, for the benefit of the community and the users of that connection project. That beach was built in the 1970s by the Metropolitan Planning Authority. It's been one of the most popular locations this summer. It has been packed with people this summer. And one of the problems with that is it has no toilets. The nearest toilets are actually over on the hall. So if you're a young parent with young children, you have to cross this section of road to get to the hall on the right. And for the very simple construction of toilets somewhere on the reserve, that would make a huge difference to the way this site actually operated for safety, but also for convenience. Again, you did a fantastic job of the consent, of putting the sand in. You did a great job of putting in a freshwater shower there. But the toilet issue is a big one for McAndrew Bay. So we're just going into the 30-kilometre speed situation for schools. What I would say is that's great. However, there's lots of our schools like Broad Bay who don't have footpaths to actually get to school. And this is actually a common thing right throughout the Otago Peninsula and Broad Bay, Portobello, that we actually have no safe footpaths in many of our areas, residential areas, to actually connect us with areas of the connection. And walking along the road is quite common. It also means that we don't necessarily have appropriate wastewater, stormwater disposal either from that perspective. To Umukuri, Wellers Rock, highly significant site, really. That was where the Weller brothers brought their whales before 1840. It is hugely historic to the foundations of Dunedin and Otago. And the Rūnaka there have, for some time now, have serious concerns about it as a historic site, and with some justification, because it goes back so far in our history. you know, it's taken 2 years to get signage and some parking solutions sorted out. We would just love to see that just sped up a little bit. It would be good for our community. It would be good for the Rūnaka. It would be good for visitors as well to know where they stand as far as that area is concerned. Peninsula Connection, as I say, it's been a real boon for the disabled community, and this is a group of blind people walking with their guide dogs from between Broad Bay to Portobello on a very cool winter's day a couple of years ago. Couldn't resist taking their photo. They were going for a coffee. However, when they get to Portobello, this is taken just the other day. This is the second lot of people with their guide dogs. I know last year you passed having the boardwalk built from the yacht club around to where the old cannon site. Please, can we have that sooner rather than later? Because as you can see, you know, again, it really is a disadvantage for those with disabilities, but it is for our kids and for other people who visit this particular area. And incidentally, our roundabout in Portobello was a work of art. In fact, so much so, there's suggestion I'm going to have a statue on the top of it. Otago, the section of Otago, look, 500 metres between the old fisheries wharf there. If you were there at Waitangi Day, you would have seen the visitors all over the place. It's extremely narrow. It's probably the narrowest strip of road in the entire peninsula from that point of view. Removing that in 2019 was a really poor decision. It really disadvantages the Otago and Harrington Point community, and what it does is bottlenecks the Peninsula Connection and disadvantages in a big way. And the other issue too, you can't see in those photos, but it's actually with cones and paint showing where parts of the road are actually slipping into the sea. It's being undermined because it has no filter cloth and no modern materials. And of course, from last year, the loss of linkage between Portobello School and the existing linkage that takes you from there to Harwood is also significant and desperately needs to be finished. You've started so well, and we're just so close to actually seeing it done and being done well and linking up with Councillor Walker over at Port Chalmers. We're nearly there, councillors, and just for those small bits, we could have a world-class facility, not only for visitors, but for our community and for everybody in Dunedin. It would be awesome. But those are just two of the points that we need to get over the line. It's time to embrace te reo in our community. You know, I went to the regional council and asked whether we could have Tungapahi bus stop on our bus stop signs. You look at the Haere Taihoa. That was done in the Bay of Plenty. God, I would so love to see your contractors use that on the peninsula. I would love to see that. I think that would be a fantastic thing to do for our community, for our Rūnaka, to really support them during Māori Language Week. Those signs are not official, they're not sanctioned by NZTA, but be brave, councillors, be bold, have a crack at something, do something that's really different. I would love our community to have something like that. Even having our place names, sharing the place names, that's not a bad thing. We've got nothing to fear from it. And it adds to the vibrancy of our area. It adds to the vibrance of our city. It adds to the interest of our visitors as well. So land stability.
Paul, sorry to interrupt. Just we've gone past time. Can you tell us just roughly how long you've got to go? 2 minutes?
No, 2 slides.
2 slides. Everybody happy with that? Thank you.
Land stability and preparedness for climate change, also imperative. We've had slips, we've had floods like everybody else, and it's a big part of living on the Otago Peninsula given the stability of our area. And finally, yeah, biodiversity landscape, that's also part of it. Your investment into our lands and that sort of thing. I've lied, I've actually 3. But given that penguin extinction is likely to occur in a decade, we need to do something about that. I'm going to touch on that. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was a very, very insightful presentation. Excellent. I'm going to jump in first with questions. The reserve at Tomahawk that you said the hoons have turned into that speedway, obviously round and round, and that's obviously off Tomahawk Road. What are you suggesting that could be done to alleviate that?
I think a conversation has to be had, first of all, with regional council and the city council about why it's being used as a bus turnaround for a start and how we deal with that. And then the second thing from there is, is it one of those places that we close it off at least at night? So we still allow people to use it during the day as a car park. We've just invested quite a significant sum of money, or you did, in the car park in there. Do we actually need it? That's the other issue. Is it time to actually look at making some changes to the way that site's managed so that we can alleviate some of those issues?
Chief Executive?
I'd just add, Paul, you mentioned that the use was illegal, and I just want to clarify that if a reserve looks like a road or a car park, then it's not illegal. So...
Yeah, sure. If it looks like a road and a car park, fine. But it's not legal to sit there with your wheel turned at 180 degrees and back spinning the tyres round and round and round at 10 o'clock at night. But that's not legal.
No, but that's not what you said. So I just think we need to be clear that the use of the land as a turning circle for buses isn't illegal.
Well, that's an interesting conversation because we've had that same argument over the use of Taurioni Beach, where it was made clear by your Parks Department that they did not want the bus turnaround on Taurioni Beach, and so that's why that was stopped. So I think, as I say, that's why we need to have that conversation.
So where the bus is turning around now at the reserve at Tomahawk, is that instead of the bus reversing out of Luke Street like it used to do?
I think so. I think that's probably what it used to do. I mean, yeah, I would say so. Again, really what it's about is not so much the bus, it's more about the fact that, as I say, we've got some opportunists who use this area inappropriately at various times of the night. People then ring me at various times of the night or send me messages.
Okay, questions, councillors? Councillor Gary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Paul. It covered a lot of ground. I've got two questions. The first one is the same question that I asked Mr. Thomas, which was around water, and just wanted you to deep dive a little bit into how that falls on the peninsula in terms of communities like Harwood, the Marai water supply, anything you could give us an insight into.
We're heavily reliant basically from Portobello out to the heads, and the heads itself, and Hoani probably could answer this from a commercial point of view, has no reticulated water at all and no reticulated sewage. The Back Bay areas that's on the east coast, they are all also not on reticulated water, nor is most of Highcliffe Road. So there is a public water tap. We're the only community that has that in the city, and people will come along and spend a day filling water from there. There's also a real mixed bag, I think, amongst some of the houses about the quality of the type of tanks and the type of collection, the rain collection they do. But at the moment it's as dry as a chip on the Otago Peninsula. We haven't had decent rain for about 6 months, so water is really at a premium. So some of those solutions to reticulated water probably aren't that difficult. Certainly that's what all the educated plumbers on the peninsula tell me.
So could you comment on, so Harwood, there's a lot of cribs that are perhaps now permanent homes. Could you comment on the state of that in terms of water collection? Because I imagine that varies considerably from old roofs and old water collection systems to more modern ones where new homes have been built.
Some of them go back to the old corrugated tanks with a concrete bottom and collecting off corrugated roofs. Some of them also have more modern materials, but a lot of them still rely on doing the trip into Portobello and collecting water, and other people will actually buy water as well. So during COVID, for example, council were going to close the public tap, and we actually asked them to keep it open and managed it. I think it was 2 or 3 days a week as volunteers so that people could have water, because it was super dry during COVID. So that tends to be the main two areas that people, there are one or two that buy it, but it's not cheap to bring water in from town and bring it in from, it's a long way and it's costly. So that's really how it's done. And there is a real variance between those who can afford a decent style Bailey's water tank, rural farm tank, to those who don't. So, yeah.
Thanks for your answer on that. And my other question was about the Peninsula Connection, and you mentioned climate change at the end around other matters and biodiversity. I wondered perhaps if you, or perhaps Locks, because I know Locks has a good overview of the roading network and has for a long time. I'd be interested in Locks' comments around the state of the road in that area, which is still not funded for the Peninsula Connection.
I think the key area to be addressed is that strip from the Fisherman's Wharf coming back towards what is known as Allison's Road. That's the most difficult portion of the road, especially for buses, especially for camper vans, and again it faces the northeast where it gets most of the wind coming on with the effect of fetch. So it is critical that that piece is actually done, and it will complete the connection and make it an awesome roadway down there. 500 metres is not much to do really when you look at the speed that the walls were done during that creation of the connection. It would only be about a fortnight's work, if anything, to get it done, and it would just cover it the whole journey off.
And final follow-up, if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair. I wondered, Hawani, if you would be able to talk to us about the impact of that piece of road not being completed. What is the impact for the albatross colony and so forth, and your understanding of the impact on tourism on the peninsula?
So firstly, I'll just talk to the end of Lox's response. With the recent storm surge, no rain involved. That whole piece of road between the fisheries and the corner was completely submerged. You couldn't see it at all. So we had a period where there were vehicles not able to get through there. There were a few locals that risked it, but they obviously weren't worried about how much rust was going to appear on the bottom of their vehicles. At the moment, there is about a metre of the edge of the road missing, and it cuts past the white line out onto the section of road that buses need to use. They have to cross over onto the wrong side of the road just to get through that section. There's now 4 sections like that have orange cones sitting in them and nothing sitting underneath them. My understanding of the reason for that was it was maintenance work was deferred until the connection project was completed because they didn't want to rebuild the wall there twice. But with the loss of commitment from council to that, it's affecting not only locals but tourist access through there as well. And there is one that leads into a blind corner, not unusual to come around the other way and find a camper van going around it on the wrong side of the road.
So would it be fair to say that's great urgency for that section of road? Okay, thank you.
Should there be an accident, we'd probably get some good national coverage.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just going back to referred to it as the Otago Peninsula Coastal Track. I've just had a quick search, and it could be my searching skills, but it doesn't appear to exist as a thing. So I'm guessing that it is a section of different tracks that you're kind of chopping and changing between. That's question part 1. Nod yes, cool, awesome. And you compared it to the Banks Peninsula one, which is roughly 30 kilometres long, has 2-day options anyway. I know that one, and there are places to stay along. They take in anywhere up to something like $400 per person, 16 people on a track per day. Right. My key point is that there are places to stay. Forgive me, I have not walked all those tracks. Would there be anywhere that we could kind of mimic what they do?
Well, you're sitting beside someone who worked at one of the biggest places to stay in the Otago Peninsula. I guess what the way that you could do it, the problem with these tracks, first of all, they're all separate. We need to basically create them into a one marketable walk in itself. All right, so they're all different parts that you join together, and you basically interpret them and mark them in that way. The second thing is that rather than actually building accommodation, why don't we actually utilise the existing accommodation that we've already got? So all of a sudden you end up with businesses who are a man or a woman with a van, you say, I can cope with walking 10 Ks with my pack, and I'll get picked up by transport and taken to my accommodation. So if you want to spend quite a high amount of money, you go and stay somewhere like the Larnac Lodge. If you're at the bottom end of that, you might go and stay at one of the backpackers, or you might go and stay at the camping ground, depending on the kind of accommodation and kind of way that you want to leverage. So what the idea was for businesses was to leverage their type of accommodation and their type of experience off the track. Plus, you've also still got the option of taking the community, the Peninsula Connection. You could hire a bike and come back from there, back from Portobello. You could catch a bus, public transport, or you could actually use some other form of transport. Basically, the idea was, here's the resource, the track resource. How do businesses leverage the track resource and the Peninsula Connection to make their business work for them and offer something for their clients, rather than, as I say, developing huts and camping spaces? Why not use what we've already got and get those businesses in behind us as an opportunity for people to stay 1 or 2 nights extra on the Otago Peninsula?
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Through the chair, wonderful presentation, Mr. Pope. I particularly like your use of visuals, so we know exactly what we're talking about. And I also love your vision for bilingual signage for your community. I think we should all embrace that. Thank you for raising pedestrian safety and accessibility. Talking about safety and how dry the peninsula is at the moment, I wondered if you had concerns about one road in, one road out, a population increase and the risk of fire in your area. I've worked with locks previously on your resilience and emergency plan, which is incredibly thorough, thanks to Locks' expertise. But have you thought about what it might mean with the potentially 70 more residents in the area, and water issues and dryness? And what I know is that we're looking in the future 3 times drier on our coastal areas going forward. I think this is a big issue.
It's interesting you should say that, because it's the topic of my FYI article for the board coming up, so you'll get to read that. The suggestion is that by 2040 we are likely to experience 20% more drought throughout the year by 2040 and even beyond. Look, we had a house fire 2 years ago in which Locks and I operated with other board members, the civil defence aspect of that with the fire brigade and police, and it was a terribly frightening thing because it happened just after the Ohau fires. And we were very, very fortunate in that situation, both to have a voluntary fire brigade who managed to control it reasonably rapidly. But it is certainly a concern not only across the peninsula, but across everywhere. And it's the nature of climate change, in as much as that the east coast is going to dry basically from about Canterbury down right past into mid-east and southland. So we do have to take that into effect. One of our approaches to that, and one of the approaches to the potential of that and reducing emissions would be, wouldn't it be great if you planted 100,000 trees on the Otago Peninsula, not only to help with the extinction of penguins and the creation of penguin habitat, but also to reduce emissions generated by tourism.
Thanks.
Yes, in response to your question, you are aware that there's the fire service now has access to a tank at Harrington Point, and been speaking to other people in the area, especially over the back bays, that there may be a consideration required for one of those 30,000 litre tanks to go there for the fire service to use initially. The only way, having done a look around the area with the fire chief, is that if there's major fires, especially over in Okaya Flats, you're not going to be able to beat it with a northeast wind or a southwest wind behind you, and it's going to have to be aerial bombardment only. So therefore there needs to be a consideration, do we create a dam out there as well to cover those initial areas to fight the fire initially until other resources arrive, because there's a requirement then, or there's a need there for the rural fire service to come in to bring their tankers and bits and pieces. So it's a question that very hard to answer, because you really can't control the magnitude of the event. And so I've been saying to several people, do that. As an aside, when I retired and built our new home, I put a 28,000 litre tank in so that I have a reserve there as well. And I know some other people are now looking to consider it. And also when people are building in the rural area in the peninsula, there is a requirement to put tanks in to do that, to assist with the fire service. So it's a wait and see, and there's really no firm answer. But at the end of the day, I think it's something we've got to be conscious of, and looking at every aspect along the line, especially when you talk with the local fire service authority, bits and pieces, that those questions need to be addressed within that organisation.
I just wonder too about some messaging. If there was a fire, you don't want everyone to get in their cars and all try and leave at once. I wonder if through the board, maybe you need to tell people in a fire they go down to the beach instead of all trying to, I don't know.
Part of our civil defence program is the fact that we've actually have areas where we have told people to evacuate to, and that's part of that. And that was actually released to our community a couple of years ago. And we have a very strong presence in social media as well, so which we use often. So we're reasonably comfortable we can get that message. Peninsula people are extremely resilient, and they have a fair dose of common sense as well.
No doubt safety conscious as well. Do you currently have any kind of fire ban, like 365-day ban on the peninsula or anything like that?
We follow the advice of Fire NZ as far as that, and the principal rural fire officer. That's where we get our advice from. It's not up. It would be risky for a board. We can't do that legally. We have to follow the advice of the authorities that give us. And we're fortunate, as I say, that people are sensible enough to manage it. But it does also raise the issues about how climate change could affect biodiversity in the future on the Otago Peninsula, and how it will affect our tourism industry in the future as well.
Well, my concern is for biodiversity, because humans light fires, not animals. Generally, I do think, I wonder if there might be a public consultation and some uptake around a fire ban, particularly around the albatrosses in the peninsula, because we managed to do this, making the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary significant taonga, knowing that we need to protect a species. So in my area, we've all agreed to a 365-day fire ban. That just means if you wanted to light a fire, you have to get a permit, simply. I think that might just be something to consider for protection.
Chief's going to comment on that.
I think that all of city and fire bans are FENS calls generally, and so I'll be interested to know how you were enforcing a fire ban that isn't FENS. But that's a conversation for a separate time, I suspect, Mr. Chair.
It was with FENS.
Yeah.
We have a very good relationship with our volunteer fire brigade in the peninsula, who advise the board and the community extremely well, and we're pretty comfortable with that, and we work really closely together as well. So, and that also works with the local conservation organisations too.
Thank you, Paul, and your team. Oh, we have another one. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. And it might be actually a question for the Chief, because I think this is a great presentation, and thank you, Paul, for all those issues that you raised. And I know that this is a new process. My question really is, what happens next? Because you guys have done put a lot of time and effort and done a presentation, and I know a lot of the issues will come up in your annual plan submission, but some of those points that you've raised needs an answer back. And so what happens next, so that you don't go away frustrated, or when you come back the next time it's like, well, we spoke to you on this 6 months ago and now we're doing it again?
I'll cover Sandy by saying that we had a conversation before today about a number of issues that I raised, including Te Umikuri, taumahaka, and those things. So she's kind of cutting those things off at the pass. It was just more a chance for me to remind all of you of those issues.
If I could, and that is one of the things that we will need to work through as this process develops. But so, for example, the issue of footpaths on the peninsula. At the minute, the budgets are renewals budgets only for footpaths, so there is no money in any of our budgets for new footpaths, for example. And the board are aware of that position, and will continue to advocate for something different.
I accept that, but there's things like with the coastal track, I mean, is it going to be picked up in the discussions with the destination plan? I mean, those things, just kind of an answer back so that it's not kind of left.
Indeed, but we have the tracks plan now, the recreation tracks plan, and that has an implementation plan. Part of that is working to provide a connected network. Yep. So some of that stuff is happening, and Paul knows about some of that, but it's just making sure that some of these issues are front and centre of your minds, I'm sure.
To be fair, Councillor Lucas, I've been bringing that track plan here for about a decade because it's such a great opportunity, but also every 3 years the faces change around the table, so it's always an opportunity to let you know and perhaps we find a champion. Thank you, everybody. Paul, your team, thank you very much for your presentation today, your attendance. Could I just say one last thing? If you're talking to the regional council, could you make a case for Hooper's Inlet? The channel is actually closing, and we're at a stage now where we're actually going to it's going to be closed off completely. And the regional council actually kindly opened it for us, so that'll have a big effect on your roads, especially because you're actually, to be fair, you're doing a great job maintaining our roads in the Back Bay, but that won't be so good if they get flooded.
Can I just close by saying one thing? Sorry, I know there's people waiting. As you saw in that video, there was lots of mentions of Harwood, and that's where I live. And I just would like to invite councillors down to Harwood to have a look at the erosion issue because it's not going away. And I have brought it up at annual plan, and I guess I'll do it again this year. But I invite you down, and Paul or myself or any of us are more than happy to show you around.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And no doubt there will be feedback and response to you at various times in relation to the things that you've raised. Yeah, sure. Just before we move on to our next item, I'm just going to move that we have a 5-minute adjournment. Stretch your legs. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Councillors, we'll move on, move back into the meeting, thank you. If I could ask those who are not seated to take their seats, please. And the next item on our agenda is the exciting stuff with our young people getting involved, which is fantastic. So this is the Dunedin Youth Council and all the representatives thereof. We have the chair is Hamleen Nath. She's in the middle there from Otago Girls High School. And from Logan Park, we also have Bram Casey and Sophia Liu. So welcome to the three of you. Just before we move into your presentation, I just need to note that we've had an apology from the Mayor having to leave early, and very shortly Councillor Walker is also going to have to leave for an appointment he thought he made with plenty of notice, but no, this meeting's gone on a lot longer than what we thought, as do most of them, of course. With all those things in mind, I'm going to hand over to you three to speak to your 6-monthly report, and then we'll more than likely have about 50 questions for you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Hamleen, the chairperson of the Dunedin Youth Council.
I'm Bram Casey, the deputy chairperson of the council.
I'm Sophia. I'm the treasurer of the deputy council of the Dunedin Youth Council.
So the Dunedin Youth Council is a student-led body of representatives from 12 to 18-year-olds across Dunedin schools, and we aim to connect with and support Ōtepoti youth and provide a voice for them in our city. Some major events that we've had is our Million Mayor event, a mental health short story competition, and our recruitment for 2023. So starting off with the Million Mayor event that happened on the 17th of September last year. It was an elections-inspired game show event for the local body elections. And our aim was to encourage Ōtepoti youth around voting age to, participate in the local elections. And the way it worked is we asked candidates random questions about topics that impacted youth and how they felt about it. And they had 90 seconds to answer, and we had a mock vote at the end. Former Mayor Aaron Hawkins won that one. But overall, initially we had a lot of interest in terms of students participating and coming along. But due to NCA exams being fairly close to that date, we weren't able to get as much students involved, unfortunately, but we still had a great turnout at the end, and we received a lot of positive feedback. So it was exciting to see some students at least participating in these votes.
And in September of last year, September, October, in order to celebrate Mental Health Awareness Week, the Youth Council held a writing competition to give young creatives in the city a platform to share their work, their creativity. So the theme and the topic of mental health and as it relates to personal experience. We had 2 edge categories just to ensure a level playing field across, because our market, as you could say, is between 12 and 18, which is a pretty large range. We advertised the competition and its closing event, which was an arts hui at the library, using the Youth Council's social media platforms and posters around the city. The hui was on the 29th of September. It was an evening of writing, painting, and discussion of the arts, and the competition winners were presented their awards. The goal of this whole initiative was to open up discussions about mental health between young people and how art can be used as a pathway to those discussions, and obviously to celebrate Dunedin's creative brilliance. Mental health is a very pertinent topic for many people our age in our cohort, and so we felt it was very important to address it in an event like that, in a fun and enjoyable way. So yeah.
I'll be reporting on the financial aspect of the DYC. Our total budget for this financial year from July 2022 to June 2023 is $6,000, and we have over half of our total budget left for the second half of the financial year. So we held two major cost-incurring events, which one was the short story competition, and the other was the Million mayoral election, which they totaled a spending of $935.09. The other expenses included catering for our fortnightly meetings, our annual council hui, as well as Facebook and Instagram advertisement for DYC recruitment. This leaves a total of $4,559.65 for the last half of the 2022 to 2023 financial period. We spent conservatively as we will have most of our events stacked in the first part of the calendar year, which is from January to June 2023. And now we're open for any questions you may have.
Thank you to the three of you, and great work that you're doing, especially when it comes to balancing the books. Excellent. And I very much enjoyed your event with the Million Mayor title. I must say that I didn't rank very well on that particular competition, but nor did I expect to. But look, keep up the work that you're doing, because very much advocating to your age group is something that needs to be done when it comes to being involved and interested and have a voice with local government. So well done to you. Questions, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking me first, and sorry that I have to leave. Just going back to the Million Mayor event, you suggested that the questions were around topics of interest to 12 to 18-year-olds. Can you just give me a sense of what they were, and did it include the Vote 16 campaign?
So some of the topics we talked about or asked were climate change and LGBTQ and all that. I guess some infrastructure around the city as well. We didn't talk about Vote 16. So
can I ask a further question? What are your thoughts around Vote 16?
Obviously, I cannot speak for the entire Youth Council or the entire Youth Dunedin. Personally, I believe that Vote 16 is a movement worth supporting. It's impossible to endorse the entire 16-year-old population and 17-year-old population as voting adults, but I think there are a lot of people in our cohort that just kind of not deserve, that's not a word, but would benefit from voting, I think. That's what I believe. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm trying to multitask and I'm definitely not good at that. Next speaker for questions, please, is Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, and thank you for coming in to present to us. It's something I always look forward to. And well, again, I just wanted to check with you. I noticed the schools that had been added in terms of representation. Do we have all schools covered on the council now?
So that was part of our recruitment process last year. We used a range of tools. So we used Instagram, we used Facebook. We also had like word of mouth, to speak to our peers. We did plan presentations, but NCA exams kind of got in the way, got busy. We did manage to get representatives from Taieri and Bayfield. And since we had a lot of second year and high school finishes last year, we really needed more people to come in and all that. But we don't have all student representatives from each school currently. We don't have Otago Boys and we don't have John McGlashans. But we are actively working towards that and encouraging our friends and our peers to actively try encourage people to join. And if you guys know anyone that might be interested, that would be really helpful. We've got a social media page. They can just contact us through there.
So how do you get their voice in terms of the council's work currently without representation on it?
So for those schools which we do not have on the Youth Council, we mostly look to the inter-school student council. It's a combination of councils from like student councils at schools, and OBs and John McGlashan's are both represented there. So we kind of looked at that for guidance, and we have represented.
Excellent. Next question was around, on page 22, mental health issues were mentioned, and I just wondered if you could tell us what your feeling is in the youth community at the moment, how pressing mental health issues are, and are young people well supported in your view?
I personally feel that mental health is possibly the most pressing issue that concerns people my age. It completely controls some people's lives in terms of their ability to go to school, complete work, and advance through their kind of adolescent experience. I wouldn't say that young people are being supported adequately. I believe that oftentimes school guidance counsellors and teachers and families to an extent are not doing everything that they can. I know it's obviously a very difficult subject, but I think that education is necessary around the topic in order to just help people.
Thank you for that very honest answer. And page 23, in the looking forward section, you mention your investigation into smoking and vaping among youth. Had you consider contacting the Cancer Society, who've done quite a lot of work in this area, as well as Te Whāora? It was just a little bit of feedback. I just wondered if that...
We are currently in kind of the early stages of a partnership with Te Whāora, and I believe we've contacted the Cancer Society, but I'm not sure about that.
Excellent. And my final question is, how can we support you further? I know that we have wonderful staff who support the Youth Council, but as a council in our decision making, how can we support you further?
As a council, I would say that you've been incredibly supportive towards us and just allowing us to exist and do what we have been doing for the past however many years. I would say that the best thing you can do to help us is just keep your ears open to any other youth that approach you, that speak to you. Just listen to rangatahi, because that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to help everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hurley.
Thank you. My question is also around Vote 16, and I just wanted to ask the three of you, what would it mean to you if you could vote at 16? What would that mean to you?
I think if we can vote at age 16, we'll be more treated like an adult, so we're like going to adulthood and having our own opinion, because if I want to participate in the election process, then I have to be over 18, which is, because a lot of 16-year-olds, we now have like our own opinions and stuff, so yeah, it'd be really nice to vote at 16.
I have the same opinion as Sophia. I feel like a lot of 16-year-olds are actually mature enough to make a good decision, like a voting decision. And personally, I would love to participate in the voting elections and all that. I think it would make me feel like my voice is actually being heard as well. So I think it's a really good step.
And I agree with my colleagues in that we would feel more represented, and that it's kind of a step to adulthood. I just think we're already participating in kind of politics and civic occurrences at this level, and it just kind of feels right that we would be able to at a higher level.
I have a teenager in my house and I'm very aware they've got opinions. One of the concerns I have is some of the, I'd call it probably misinformation that is all over social media. As a youth council, do you ever do any advocacy or I don't know what the word is, warnings but marketing or publicity around the fact that some of the stuff people are picking up on social media can be quite harmful or maybe not true, because I think it has an impact. And you talked previously about mental health, probably also can affect all of those things. Is that something you're seeing, and are you doing any messaging around that to try to debunk some of that?
Our main way of combating misinformation, which is absolutely a massive issue, is our social media platforms. We mostly just, I wouldn't say we actively attack against misinformation, but we mostly just try to spread what we know to be true and what relates to us, just in an effort to kind of make sure that people know what we're doing at the very least.
Any tips to get a teenager off social media?
Yeah, that's a difficult one.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you kindly. And starting off, well done. It's fascinating, and it's really invigorating to have people of your age in here who are so clearly engaged. So that's wonderful to watch. Some of this is repetitive. Some of this is going to be me ping-ponging my way around topics that as they've come up. Number one, read in the ODT this morning, you may be aware that vaping is looking to become prescription only, or they're investigating the concept. So you may want to have a chat about that and possibly get in behind that one. Number two, you say in here on page, whatever page I'm on, 23, a healthy number of applicants was essential. What classifies, out of curiosity, as a healthy number of applicants? Bottom of the paragraph, recruitment for council. So what classifies as a healthy number?
So a healthy number, we aim to get representatives from each school, and we aim to get 2 representatives from each school.
Our aim is just that we are able to accurately represent each school, but I would say as a quantifiable number, 2 per school, which obviously what schools we're aiming for kind of changes per recruitment as what we believe is realistic. I don't know how many feeder schools we currently have, unfortunately, but just whatever that is times 2. And then perhaps a third for some larger schools. We kind of try to scale it if the school is particularly large.
Thank you. And next question, picking up on what Councillor Gary was saying about engagement from, or what you would like, what would be helpful from not just us around the table, but also the DCC. Would it be of hindrance or of help to actually have those of us who are sitting around the table at anything, at any event, or is staring at faces our old not exactly enticing to enter the politics?
I think the more support we have, the better, the more the merrier, and it's really good, I feel, having some, councillors and DCC members to help support the youth, because it really lets them know that, that they have the support and we can keep working.
Cool. The last one I've got for you is in terms of assistance. What about from the schools? Are you finding that you're getting enough support from the hierarchy at your respective schools?
Personally, I believe that we are. Our schools are supportive of our efforts. All of our senior management, teachers, etc., know what we do, and then we're on the councils, and they have thus far proved supportive in any events that we need the help from them in.
Awesome. And my very last thing is, well done. Your delegation was brilliant. I was watching you before. Just sort of, no, you can answer this one. No, you can answer this one. So you're doing well.
Thank you.
Thank you to you all. No further questions, councillors? Keep up the good work. Great job. And if my recollection is correct, I think I'm the council appointee to your committee at the next appropriate meeting. So I may be seeing you then. That's if I know I'm definitely on YAC, which is of course Youth Action Committee, but I think it's yours as well. But look, thank you to the 3 of you. Well done. Great job. We'll see you in 6 months' time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your report too. And what the committee needs to do now is note the Dunedin Youth Council 6 monthly report, 1st July to the 31st of December 2022. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. So now we move on to item 7, recognition of former mayors. I'm just going to ask the Chief Executive to give us a little bit of an overview here. I'm just also going to give notice that I intend to move the recommendation on the order paper. If I get a seconder at the time, I'll explain why. And of course, if that doesn't gain traction or even throughout that discussion period, if anybody wishes to move a foreshadowed motion, they certainly can. But in the meantime, the Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, this is seeking to get a report on options for recognising the service of former mayors in the absence of formal policies. We've done a decent search, and even though past reports have indicated that there has been a policy, we've not been able to find it. And looking for it as it comes to the painting or otherwise of a portrait. At the same time, we also have the mural chains. There are 2 of them, and there is no policy at all, and I don't think there ever has been a formal policy about the chain itself. And so we think, well, our recommendation is that Council has a look at this and looks at options for how we might recognise the service of mayors. We've detailed some of the issues in the report with the chain. The chain is in 2 parts. There is no ability to wear a chain that is bigger than the one that the mayor currently wears. Where you put new links, we don't have a position on that and what you would do with them. There may be good options for displaying, for example, as some of you have suggested, the extra chain, but that's we don't have a position on that. And as to the mural portraits, you'll have seen some coverage in the paper in the weekend, and that article highlighted some of the issues. The policy position that we've been able to find, but it's anecdotal and seems to have been carried on through various reports, says a portrait in a similar style, but the last 4 portraits have all been of a different style. And so it's just, we think it would be useful to have some clarity, and if there is a clear council policy position, then we would budget accordingly. But at the minute, any of these things are either the links are paid for by the mayor, and there are possible equity issues there, and the portrait is done from as a budget over expenditure. It's not budgeted for, and that's not always a prudent way to manage things. So that's the background and why this has been put up, and it is timely because we need to do something to recognise the service of the past mayor, and in the absence of a clear policy framework, we thought it was timely to put something up for council to consider. And it may be that council is happy with the existing arrangement, but this was an opportunity to have that discussion.
Thank you. So we'll go questions. Councillor Vandervis.
If we were to divide the issue really into 2 separate issues, one of the chains and the other one of the portrait, neither of them sort of officially funded as such, where do you think the public value is on having an extra gold link quite expensively added to a chain each year, given that it's a fairly massive chain with lots of links already?
I'm not sure that I can answer whether I think there's a public value, but all I would say is there is a tradition where each mayor has their name added to a link on the back of a link, and so that's been the current practice, but I can't offer a view on.
Thank you.
Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify? So, under the recommendation, is that what you're foreshadowing, Chair? Could I ask through the Chair, to the Chair, that you're proposing we ask for a report on options? Is that what you're proposing?
Exactly. What's on the audit paper is exactly what I'm recommending as when the time comes to move. And then, as I said, if I get a seconder, I will explain why. Albeit a lot of that's already been done, but at the moment we're in questions.
All right. If we do this, it doesn't mean we're voting for a chain or a painting. It just means we're voting for options to be considered in another report. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Geary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support a report. What I would ask the CEO around the portraits, I noted in the report a comment about the tradition of the portraits began back in the 1940s, which surprised me because I thought some of the paintings in the council chamber are older than that. So that's my first question.
And we've struggled to find information about when it formally became a tradition. And yes, some of the portraits in the chamber are of mayors older than, but they, if you look, are not in any kind of regalia. The older mayors are just portraits of the gentlemen, as they are, who were mayors of the time. But the best we can find is the tradition that we're currently following started in the 1940s, but we can't find, we haven't gone back fully into the archives, but we can't find a policy position.
So, and this came to my attention because I was looking for portraits of my two great uncles, one in 1909 and the other one in the 1940s. So my question is around where are the rest of the portraits kept from 1940s onwards? Because I sure as heck haven't been able to find them.
I believe they are in the gallery storage, but I haven't checked with the director of the gallery about that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just wondering whether we would be able to put on some form of time frame onto the recommendation.
I'd imagine the next, not the April round of the committee, but the following one.
Could we possibly put that in?
Whatever date that is, I just don't have it in the front of my brain.
All we need to put in is the next civic meeting because there is none in April.
Yeah, there we are.
Yep. Further questions? Councillor Houlihan.
This is a bit of a silly one, but I mean, how it would take a wee while, but the chain, someone sort of hinted at before, but it seemed to me that if we kept, I like the idea, but I'm just thinking the chain would start to get really huge. Yeah, we've already got a second. Yeah, we've got a second one put away. So would the mayor be able to pull out the second one and wear that every now and then, or is those mayors on that link don't get acknowledged or warned, do they? Or how does that work with the?
Well, the chain is put together in an interesting way as well with the links, and so without the absence of a policy on how you look at it,
right?
It's become a bit ad hoc, and also with the mana whakahono now having been incorporated into the chain, it's probably it's harder to alter the existing chain because of how the mana whakahono sits in the middle.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I will move with a slight adjustment that the committee requests a report on options for recognising the services of former mayors to come back to this committee in May. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fuso. So we're open to debate, and because I've moved it, I get to go first. And I did say I would explain why I thought that this was a good move. The Chief's already covered off the fact that we don't have policies and so on around the chain in particular, and that it's a bit grey as to what's happening in terms of the intended plan for portraits or a photo. When it comes to the portrait or photo, I have a view that really that should be the mayor at the time, or the former mayor's choice. But one of the biggest problems we've got, and I think this needs to be part of the report coming forward, is the space. Where on earth are we going to put these things? And we know there's a lot that aren't being shown at the moment, or aren't on display at the moment, and really they should be. They need to be somewhere. My understanding is there's certain things that maybe we could argue belong at Toitu, but I think Toitu are a little bit reluctant to have that sort of thing there as well, so I've heard. And when we talk about the chain, obviously it's too heavy for all of the links that have come forward over the years for a person to reasonably wear, which is why there's now 2 chains. The second chain is just in storage, and again, what a waste. It should be on display, in my opinion. But I think what we need to be doing is getting options put in front of us as to, how do we deal with the displaying of the second chain and all of the portraits that have been painted so far, including any that have been replaced with photos. So it's the options around those things that I think that count. When it comes to moving forward with links for the chain, maybe there's a better way to do it. I think by the sounds of it, to me, the links are all about the former mayor being noted somewhere. Well, surely there's a better way to do that doesn't just keep throwing money away to a chain that nobody can feasibly wear. So those are my general reasons for thinking that I think it's a good idea to have these options come forward to us to really drill down and find the better way forward. Councillor Geary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really personal for me because I went on a bit of a search a while ago and I learnt that one of my great uncles was mayor of the city in 1909 because I recognised a family likeness in the photographs in the hall between the mayor's office and going through to the link. And I knew one of them was during the war years, but I wasn't aware of the other one. I look at their names on the board from where I've sat previously in the old council chamber, and it is meaningful. But in terms of this report, what I really hope that we would see is wider recognition, as in being able to access information about the contributions of the previous mayors in their various capacities, because some of you may not be aware that it was a one-year term for a while. So for James Walker, he was mayor for one year. He was councillor for longer. But for me, the interest is in what did he contribute? And that's of real interest. My other uncle was fascinated to learn, had raised the money as a patriotic gesture during the war years to give to the Edinburgh City Council, and that was what financed the Dunedin room, which is built in Arimu in Edinburgh. And I'd been on the Edinburgh Sister City Committee for how long and had no idea of that at all. So often these bits of history get lost, really. And it was really hard to find that out. The archivists are great. The other thing that was astonishing to me and sad to me was that in the days when the mayoress had a particular role, there is very little information about their contribution. And my Auntie Etta, who was married to Andrew Allen, she was mayoress in the war years, I know made a significant contribution. I knew her, and she used to tell me about going to the coronation and representing the city. And there's very little in the archives about those women and the contribution they made. So I think that's very sad, and I think that needs to be put to right. That photo board in the hall is in a back hall, and yet there's really good photos of each mayor there, and I think that should be in a public space. What do I think about the portraits? Well, I couldn't find the ones I wanted to look for. I think they're very impressive, but there is a cost. The other side of that is it does give work to our wonderful portrait artists, who we have some incredible portrait artists in this city. Timing is another thing I'd like to see in the report. I don't think this should be about the former mayor, the current mayor. It should look forward, and that would be my view. I think that should be, and then it doesn't become personal. It's a philosophy, a policy for the future. I think that would be the fairest thing to do. I look forward to seeing the report and the detail, but I do hope we can find some creative ways of recognising the contribution of our past leaders. And on the chain, I had to go looking for the second chain, because 1909, when James Walker was the mayor of this city, that was when the Chamber of Commerce donated it. And so really interested in that. And Andrew Allen is in the second chain as well, so I had to go looking for that as well. Cheers.
Thank you. You've been busy. Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Councillor Gary that whatever report comes forward should be fundamentally looking forward. The lack of a policy, the lack of continuity, and not having a policy, I think has had possibly advantages and disadvantages. I'd like to differentiate between the chain and the portrait. To me, the chain is something that exists, is not really added to by adding links as such. It just makes it heavier and bigger. The chain that isn't able to be publicly displayed currently, I think, should be displayed possibly in the art gallery or somewhere in the by the Mayor's Lounge, perhaps. I think it should be on public display. It's of interest to some people. The real issue, I think, is the portrait. And for me, the portrait doesn't just recognise the service of former mayors. The portrait is a unique opportunity for Dunedin to acquire an artwork. It's a unique artwork. It's an artwork that references Dunedin politics. It also references, as has been pointed out, especially in the last few years, changing artistic styles. And I think that the fact that we have different styles in the last four, actually say the last three, I don't consider the photograph to be a particular style. I think that that's actually a valuable artistic record in its own right. I think that continuing having the mayoral portraits is an important continuity in terms of our heritage and in terms of who pays for it, noting that it's not currently funded. I think that it could quite reasonably be something that the art gallery buys through its acquisitions budget. There is a reasonable amount of local interest in mayors of the past. I expect looking forward that there still will be quite a considerable interest in mayors into the future, and the context in which they're painted, the style in which they're painted. I think all of these things are something that has ongoing value. So I understand that the portraiture can be very expensive. I also understand that there's some really quite cost-effective local portrait artists. I'm thinking of Bill Graham being one of them out in Ravensbourne, that I think we should at least contact, or staff should contact, and that it's not just the recognising of the service to former mayors, but it's the public value that we get from having portraits that, to me, justifies public expense in them. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say that while agreeing with a great deal of what has been said already, I can't imagine that a further report is going to be of great value or add anything to the debate. I'm a supporter of a portrait. I think that's an important part of the tradition of the city, and clearly you don't need to be a mastermind to agree that the other chain, the big chain, should actually be displayed in a way that people can appreciate it somewhere and enjoy it. And I don't think we need a report for that. So I'm just foreshadowing that should this motion not be carried, that I'll move that we recommend to Council that it continue to engage an artist to create a portrait of each mayor, and that each mayor also continue to personally fund new links for said chain.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I support Councillor Benson Pope in this. I think we've just got a report to get another report. I think that we do have a tradition of having the portrait, and I think that's really important. We certainly need to find where the other portraits are, and have them on display. It's an important part of our symbolism as the heritage city of New Zealand. I am concerned that we have other higher priorities than getting another report and another policy on this. It was debated in 2019. It keeps coming around. Maybe put it to bed this time, perhaps. I think that I agree with Councillor Benson Pope about getting an artist and showcasing the creativity. There's discussion about whether it should be an artist or whether it should be a photograph. I guess we should leave that perhaps to the mayor to decide on how they wish to portray themselves to future generations, which I think would be quite interesting artistically. I would like to not clamp down, but to decide what the budget is on something like this as well. We all know that portraitures cost various amounts of money, and also when Councillor Gary was talking about the acknowledgement of former mayors, I think it would be good to have something on the website as well, because we are lacking a lot of that information. Absolutely vital that we acknowledge the mayor in some ways, but I do support that we actually look at just continuing the tradition that we have, because we are a very traditional city.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, I have to agree with all the other speakers really. I actually probably agree with Councillor Benson Pope on what he was saying. I also see a fair argument for having another report. It is really another report. My feeling is I've got a husband who is a historian. He's very strong on history, studied it, and he's got a huge selection of history books at home. And from that, I've learnt, because I wasn't a big history buff, I have to admit, but I've become more of one now. And, you know, when I see the information and there's definitely a benefit for us today in looking back at the history of how things were done, and you can learn a lot from history. And also I think, and it does go, others have said it, it's part of our own history as a city, you know, who the mayors were. And I agree with some other speakers who've said it is a shame we don't have those, you know, when we're in the chamber before, all those mayors portrayed in there around the walls. There probably wasn't enough space, but it'd be nice to see some of them around here actually, because sometimes I used to look up and look over at Suki Turner and have a wee warm fuzzy moment thinking, you know, it's lovely to see another woman there, and because she's the only one right now around the room. But it was really nice to hear your stories, Councillor Gary, around the other woman as well involved, so thank you for sharing those. But I am definitely in preference of a painted portrait. However, I probably, just my personal view, don't want to see it come out of the acquisitions budget. I sit on that committee, and I know they fight for their budget, and we want to have as much budget for acquisitions at the art gallery as we can. I don't really think we should start chipping into that budget for mural portraits. However, I think probably a civics budget will be appropriate for that painting to come out of, in my opinion. But, you know, that has to be worked out down the line. It's nothing to do with me. But I certainly love the idea of painting portraits. I think it keeps with the history. We are, as Councillor Barker said, a city with a lot of historic buildings, and it sits nicely with that. But I think the mayor of the time should be able to choose if they want a photo or a painted portrait. As far as the chain, adding another link and charging the former mayor for it, I'm not really sure about that. I like the idea, I like the tradition. I'm very keen on keeping traditions. However, given nobody sees it, I think I agree with others, we need to have that chain, shown somewhere. So if this fails, I would support Councillor Benson Pope's proposal on both those things. However, I'm just wavering on the charge of $2,500 for a link when a mayor's out, and perhaps seems a wee bit unfair to then say to them, right, pay up this money, but when they've given years of service to the city.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote no on this because I'm going to look for Councillor Benson Pope's resolution that comes next. It's my intention, basically along the same lines. I do have one use for the chains, and that is we could use them to resolve issues of code of conduct. I think we could take a person out in the octagon and put them in the fountain and put the chains on them, and if they float, they're a witch. And I guess my flippantness to this is that some of these traditions are more and less important in terms of the running of the city, and I feel that the way we're running it right now is fine, and I don't see any particular need to change it. And to the portraits, that's a mechanism for recording a person in their time and place, which means that they will modify with time, and those are effectively a record of the history in and of itself. So I am with Councillor Benson Pope that I think we've pretty much got what we've got now, and I'd like to just keep it that way.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Through the chair, I won't be supporting this. I think it's asking for a report when we've had several reports. I just wondered about Dave Cull's portrait. Has that been done, and where is it? Why is that not on display? So I see there's some huge gaps, and there seems some aspects of this are a little bit redundant, and I wonder about fairness. Do we need to bring a mayor to the chamber and rotate the portrait gallery so we look our way through them and we say, this month, this week, this meeting in residence, we have this mayor, here's their story. Maybe we need to liaise with some archivists and historians about a way that we rotate it, because it seems to me we are not looking after the work that we've got, or maybe we're not giving an equal platform to our previous mayors. I think the chain thing is a little bit redundant, and I know we've altered the chains. I wonder if the chains need to be a little bit neutral, and the links with the mayoral names on them need to come out of the chain. Those past links somehow are displayed, and a new chain going forward is different or modernised. I don't know. These are just ideas, of course. Jim's idea of taking you out to the fountain, I object, because there hasn't been enough woman mayors to treat them as witches, Jim.
Warlocks as well.
You didn't say warlocks.
Any further speakers? Councillor Lefiso.
Mr. Chair, I think for me the pertinent point in the discussion is number 10. The practice of the mayoral portrait and mayoral chain has never been formally reviewed, and I think the rationale behind this is what I believe, the rationale behind the options report is so that there can be a clear review, there's clear guidelines, and yes, there has been a painting of former Mayor Cull, and he, at the time, did not actually want a portrait, but he had no choice because of the practice. And so reviewing a practice that's been so-called tradition and actually putting it into actual formal policy with principles attached, as former Mayor Hawkins has indicated in point 12. That's the reason that I'm supporting the motion, so that it's clear. And even though we might think it's a low priority given everything else that we've got to do, I think it's in a way a good test of our upholding of tradition and history, and having a clear, laid out report giving us options. Is it really fair? Other people have said, is it really fair to require a mayor to pay, $2,000 for a link? Is it really fair to impose our will on them to have only an oil painting rather than a photograph? And the reason that former Mayor Cull's portrait has not been on display is that doesn't reflect him in the best light, because he was very ill at the time it was painted. So the impact on his legacy is not really fully recorded, and the impact on his whānau, who may not like that particular portrait. So that's why I think an options report would take all those things into consideration, and so we can make very clear policy. Thank you.
That seems to be all speakers, so I will exercise my right of reply. The first thing I will say to this quite simply is I believe in if it's not broken, don't fix it. This is broken, and that's why it's come back again after having been discussed 3 years ago. It seems to be something that it's a little bit like a wink and a nod, and that this is what we've always done, so we're going to keep doing it. Speakers just now have covered off a number of things. Councillor Gary was talking about, being able to portray the contribution of former mayors, and being able to, have a plan in place looking forward as to, how to actually get that message out, which is something I certainly agree with. Councillor Vandervis said, again, looking forward is the most important thing here, and that there has been, a lack of continuity. The chains exist, but they're not really useful as such. Displaying the second chain, I think most people have agreed that that's a good thing to do. Councillor Vandervis seems to focus on the fact that public value is important, and of course it's important. It's important in everything that we do here. Councillor Benson Pope, I should say, to be correct about that, is suggesting a foreshadowed motion to pretty much keep us where we're at right now. Now, I hear where you're coming from, Councillor Benson Pope, because it is very, very important that portraits or something is done to, shall we say, protect and remember the mayors of our past. But right now, I think it's piecemeal. And to go to that foreshadowed motion is only going to leave us in this same situation. So that is why I have moved what I've moved already. Councillor Barker, you have made it clear that you would support keeping it the way it is. And again, I think all we're going to do is end up back where we were 3 years ago, when that last discussion was had around this. Councillor Houlihan, you said that you wanted to know where former Mayor Cull's portrait was. Sorry, that was Councillor Mayhem. The key, I'm losing track of who said what here, aren't I? But look, the key thing really is what it comes down to, without naming everybody that has said everything. There's been various speakers say, we want to tidy this up, and that's what I think that where we're going with this. The cost of what's happening at the moment, we don't even know what those costs are. Surely in a report coming up to come back to this committee will inform us of what the costs for various options are. And Councillor O'Malley, you talked about wanting to keep what we're doing now because it's important and that's what we have done before, whereas I look at that and say, well, it's just not working. And so without delving into every word that everybody has said, my point with this quite simply is let's get this review done. As Councillor Lafiso referred to item number 10, saying that we need to do this in a formal way so we know where we're going to in the future. And I totally concur with that. So without any further ado, I'm going to put the motion by division.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Sorry, what was it, Councillor?
No.
Councillor Fiso. Aye. Councillor Lucas. Aye. Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Witherall.
No.
Chairperson Ackland.
Yes.
Yes, it's a tied 5-all. 6-all, sorry, apologies.
Nobody likes this, do they? So I'll be voting yes with my casting vote.
Carried.
Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of this first Civic Affairs meeting. Thanks everybody for your input. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Councillors, if I could just have 2 minutes with you just once, Mr. Miller.